This is how we turn cases around and bring closure to families that much faster.
A major arrest in the murder of a 16-year-old student, how authorities were able to track down a suspect.
When you have a lot of people talking and thinking about running, it shows that people may think that the mayor is weak politically.
Plus, crime top of mind for voters come the next mayoral race, the new pool of candidates that we could see take on Mayor Brandon Scott.
Chilly start to your first full day of spring, but numbers later this afternoon looking good. We'll talk about it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us. It's Tuesday, March 21st. I'm Megan Gilland, officially the first full day of spring. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with how it's going to feel.
Yeah, yesterday was real nice, Meg. And yeah, tomorrow, today is going to be good. Tomorrow, I'm getting ahead of myself, is also going to be good, too. Temperatures are staying in the above average category. A little chilly right now. Looking outside early on your Tuesday morning. Nothing to show you there in the Inner Harbor in terms of any issues, but 20s and 30s. So it's actually just a smidge warmer than where we were yesterday morning at this time. Still need a jacket as you step out. 29 in Towson and 35 your temp in Baltimore. So the weather story looks like this. A chilly Tuesday morning, but sunny and warmer for the afternoon, and those temps staying above average here, not only today, but for the next few days. So grab a cup of joe, enjoy some breakfast with us here next couple of hours. 30s for the morning time, and we'll top out in the low to mid 60s for this afternoon. So that'll be a nice improvement from what we saw yesterday. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
All right, that sounds good, Justin. Thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller traffic network, and you can count the cars out there. Very quiet start to this Tuesday morning. We do begin in a city in crisis. Baltimore City Police announcing the arrest of a suspect in the killing of a Baltimore City teenager earlier this month. Police say that they have arrested 23-year-old Roger Mendoza. He was arrested in Texas yesterday after officials say he was attempting to flee the country. 16-year-old Isaiah Carter was killed on March 6th, just steps away from Patterson High School. Investigators say that an exact motive for the shooting is still unclear. Harrison says that people in the community stepped up and shared the suspect's identity.
As part of our investigation, we were given witness information that our person of interest was in Texas and was attempting to flee the country. Yes, people are fed up, and this is why we ask for help. And when we get support from members of our community, and we had witness information, this is how we turn cases around and bring closure to families that much faster.
According to police, Mendoza has a criminal record, including here in Baltimore. Online court records show he was arrested in 2018 for a burglary. Police are now working to extradite Mendoza back to Baltimore, where he will be formally charged with first-degree murder. So far this year, 7 city school students have been killed, and that includes Deasia Garrison that you see here. She was the first person killed in Baltimore City this year, and that was on New Year's Day. Also in January, 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey that you see right here, killed outside of Edmondson Village Shopping Center. 4 other students were hurt in that shooting. And then just days after that, 15-year-old LaRon Henderson was killed in an alley just blocks away from Forest Park High School. Mayor Brandon Scott speaking out on young people falling victim to violence.
Yes, you know, when we're talking about young people, people are especially going to be fed up when we're talking about kids who we know haven't even started to scratch the surface of what potential that they can grow into be.
Violent crime is a factor in Baltimore City. Voters will be considering choosing the next mayor. The pool for mayoral candidates seems to be growing here in Baltimore. This past weekend, many voters receiving a survey gauging opinions about city services like trash pickup, road repairs, schools, and crime. The survey also contained one question asking if the election were held today, who would receive your vote? Among the list of 6 possible candidates was Comptroller Bill Henry.
A lot of this is testing the waters to see, okay, do I have a shot at this thing? What do the voters care about that I can focus on issues? Because sometimes that's the smartest thing to do.
Political analyst John Deedy believes the poll may not only gauge the sentiments of voters, but also may be sending a message to city leaders.
In many ways, it could send a bat signal to the mayor of like, hey, you got an unhappy person over here who could challenge you.
Well, Henry was not commenting on the poll on Monday and has not indicated whether he intends to step into the mayor's race. Well, the race for city council president, meantime, heating up. Sunday, Councilman Zeke Cohen formally announcing his run.
Tonight, I am proud to announce my candidacy to be the next Baltimore City Council president.
He will face incumbent Nick Mosby. You can find more on Cohen's announcement on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Turning now to your session 2023 coverage. Happening today, the bill backed by Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is scheduled for a Senate committee hearing. That bill would increase the maximum penalties from 3 years to 5 years for first-time gun offenders. Because it is a misdemeanor, defendants only have to serve 25% of their sentence. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Taylor Stewart will be joining us live with a preview of this. If you want to reach out to your lawmakers to let them know what you would like to see passed, you can scan the QR code on your screen there. That is going to take you to our website, where we have put together a list of email addresses and phone numbers for state senators and delegates, including Senate President Bill Ferguson and House Speaker Adrian Jones. Continuing coverage and happening today in Annapolis, a hearing in the House for the future of Maryland's embattled 529 college savings plan. There is bipartisan support for repealing the Maryland 529 board and giving control of the college savings fund to the office of the state treasurer. The bills in the Senate and House will not make the crossover day deadline, but lawmakers say it won't stop them from passing the legislation.
The Maryland 529 program, which was filed late as a result of a number of different reasons, but I think is the right legislation. I think there's agreement with the House that we want to move that program to the Treasurer's office and wind down the prepay program. So I feel good about that one coming afterwards.
Well, for months now, Maryland 529 families have not been able to tap into their college savings account because of what the agency is calling a calculation error. Still ahead on the early edition, former President Donald Trump expects an arrest today. What we're learning from brand new testimony. Plus, another chilly start to the morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how much we warm up this afternoon. It's 4:37 on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Well, welcome back to the show, everybody. Thanks for sticking around. 4:40 your time right now, looking out over the Inner Harbor. A little chilly. Definitely grab a jacket before you step out early this morning. Statewide, our numbers 20s and 30s, so not as cold as yesterday morning. But again, we're still hanging on to some of that overnight chill. But we're going to warm up nicely today. So have the jacket this morning, and make sure you got those sunglasses because the future is so bright, you got to wear shades. We do have some rain on the way later this week. We'll take a closer look at that coming up.
I like that kind of a future. Thank you, Justin. It's 4:40, and we have an update for you this morning. The federal manhunt for former Governor Larry Hogan's ex-chief of staff, Roy McGrath, continues. A week ago, yesterday morning, he failed to show up to his fraud federal trial in Baltimore. The FBI has since searched his Florida home. His wife and attorney say they're concerned about him. Fox 45 News will continue to follow this developing story, and we'll bring you any updates both on air and online.
We're trying to get Baltimore to a better place.
Group working to clean up Baltimore City streets seeing a road bump. The alarming discovery that has them sounding the alarm. Plus, recovery efforts underway in the Middle East following a deadly earthquake. How last year's World Cup is coming into play. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas in the hot seat over the border crisis. With impeachment talks getting louder, the former head of Border Protection joins us to discuss. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:41 on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. It is 4:44 and turning now to a city in crisis. A group hired to clean up trash in Baltimore is collecting thousands of drug needles, and they're calling it a crisis. The nonprofit group, which is part of the mayor's Clean Course initiative, is among those tasked with collecting trash and wiping away waste across West Baltimore.
If you want to walk in right along the fence,
we might find some more.
Not might. We were nowhere prepared for the volume of needles that we were finding, not just back in the grass or in the shadows, but literally in the middle of the sidewalks, in the middle of the streets.
According to the CDC, discarded drug needles can lead to the spread of several diseases, including hepatitis and HIV. It's a major concern for Christopher Irvin, with his crews alone collecting up to 1,000 needles a day. Just blocks away, one of the city's needle exchange mobile units offering a safe space for used needles to be thrown away. However, with limited locations and time slots, Irvin says clearly those efforts aren't enough to solve the surge in syringes just being thrown around the city.
There should be some type of secure receptacle, because as a city, we give out needles for safety's sake. There should be a safe way to collect them. So wherever there's a trash can, there should be a receptacle right next to it.
Irvin says the receptacles would offer a 24-hour solution. Fox 45 News reached out to the Baltimore City Health Department, DPW, and the mayor's office asking if they're aware of the number of needles that this group has found. We also asked if and how they plan to respond to the health hazard. We have not yet heard back. Making headlines this morning, the cabins used to house fans at last year's World Cup will soon be housing earthquake survivors in Turkey and Syria. Qatar has sent over 4,000 cabins built to house fans at the World Cup to Turkey and Syria. The units have thin walls, and they were designed to hold 1 or 2 people with twin beds, a nightstand, and a small table and chair, air conditioning, a toilet, and a shower inside. More than 200,000 buildings in Turkey either collapsed or were severely damaged by the earthquake, leaving millions homeless. Trending this morning, a bald eagle caught snatching up a slice of pizza. This was in Connecticut. A photographer caught some snapshots of the wild bald eagle just swooping down and then grabbing some lunch with its talons there. It wasn't until closer inspection that he discovered the lunch was actually a slice of pizza. The bird beat out 4 crows for the coveted slice of pizza there. I'm waiting to see the picture with the pizza there. I guess there he's going in for it. We'll try to get back to that.
I love the crows who thought they had a chance against the bald eagle. Like, get out of here. By the way, was it Mystic Pizza?
Maybe, because it's a mystical bird.
No, do you get the reference?
No.
Julia Roberts' first movie, Mystic Pizza, from Mystic, Connecticut.
Was there, from Connecticut.
She worked at a pizza place.
Was there an eagle involved?
I don't think so. Let's take a look outside. Good morning to you as our... We're not off the rails yet, but we're getting close.
It's getting close.
Yeah, our Towson camera. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday morning, our first full day of spring, and it is Hump Day Eve as well. Yeah, Hump Day right around the corner. Mile 1 Auto Group cam looking good in Towson. Numbers right now are a little chilly, but not as cold as yesterday. In fact, we're actually above freezing, 35 your temp right now in Towson. Not much wind to speak of at this time. Right side of your screen, we always have those numbers posted there so you know exactly what the temperature is when you step out. And we look at this here and our HD radar, very quiet up and down the East Coast. That ridge of high pressure, that H right there over the Carolinas, that's going to be sliding up to the north over the next couple of hours. And what that will do will bring in some warmer air from the south called a southerly flow. That's what we're going to be seeing as we get into the next couple of hours and heading into the afternoon. So overall, your next 12 hours, those numbers climbing. So we'll stay in the 30s this morning. We'll get to about 40 by 9 a.m. and then into the 50s through midday, into the low and mid 60s later this afternoon. Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing around, and Carlos the Crab is, happy today. We're going to go happy crab in that Crabcast, so a 5 for our crabby friends out there. No reason to be crabby today. Look at this. 56 is typically where we are. We were in the mid-50s yesterday. Low to mid-60s is what we're going to see for a lot of us through the afternoon. Some of you a little cooler. Bel Air and Elkton in the upper 50s, even some lower 60s out toward the eastern shore. But again, plenty of sunshine, and up and down the East Coast also looking good. So heading north to Philly, south to D.C., you're going to keep those 60s around. Even 56 in New York City today, so not too bad there. All right, so here's a look at our future scan. This is Tuesday afternoon. That ridge I was talking about, look at it sliding up from the south. That's going to be moving out toward the east and bringing that southerly flow. Now, what happens tomorrow? A little bit more in the way of cloud cover. Notice we're going to see that, but those red lines indicating that warm front and that southerly flow that will continue. There's a cold front lurking to the west, but before that gets here on Thursday, we're really going to amplify those temperatures and get a lot of that warm air rolling in. We do have that potential of a couple of pop-up showers on Thursday afternoon, but a better chance for rain that's really coming on Friday. Watch what happens as that cold front comes through. We will see cooler temperatures, not chilly, but cooler cooler temperatures on Friday, and we're seeing the rain in the morning time and then off and on showers through most of Friday afternoon and evening. So that's going to be our next wet day. But there's spring showers, and they'll definitely do good for all of our gardens and all of our plants and yards out there. 16 days until opening day for your Orioles, 19 days until Easter Sunday. Also in 16 days, Passover. It's the same day that opening day is here in Charm City. 7-day forecast, mid-60s today and tomorrow. How about lower 70s on Thursday, even with the cloud cover and a few showers around, but that rain really rolling in into Friday and Saturday as we approach the first weekend of the new season. Meg?
Very nice, Justin. Thank you. Let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. We have some of our live cameras pulled up and still looking pretty great out there this morning. It's 4:50. We've got light traffic and no major issues. Let's get a check now on mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark. How's it going?
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Going pretty well out there right now on Metro Subway Link. It's operating on time from end to end between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station, but out there on the light rail link system, you'll still find that service disruption between Falls Road and the Timonium Fairground stops. That's due to ongoing maintenance. Shuttle buses remain in place there, and you will take delays, so allow time for travel. Mark train showing train 403 on the Penn line, along with Penn train 505, running about 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains of Mark look good for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Well, Fox 45 is inviting all of you to come out and join us this weekend at the Be More Healthy Expo. It is happening this Saturday, March 25th at the Baltimore Convention Center from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. The expo can help guide you on your journey toward a healthier lifestyle. You can receive free health screenings, check out cooking demos, even learn about life-saving skills. We hope to see you there. Still ahead on the early edition, an arrest in the murder of a 16-year-old student where authorities found the suspect. Plus a bill backed by Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates still up in the air in Annapolis. The hearing happening today that could provide some answers. It is now 4:51 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. It is 4:54 and making headlines this morning. The Chinese president continues his trip in Russia this morning. This is now day 2 of 3 of this trip. It's been described as an opportunity for the two nations to deepen their strategic partnership. Vladimir Putin sees this visit as a triumph over Western efforts to isolate Russia over its invasion of Ukraine. The two plan to discuss China's proposal for ending the conflict. The U.S. Secretary of State condemning any effort that calls for a ceasefire without a Russian withdrawal.
It would recognize Russia's attempts to seize a sovereign neighbor's territory by force. It would enable Russia to further entrench positions in Ukraine. And a ceasefire now, without a durable solution, would allow President Putin to rest and refit his troops and then restart the war at a time more advantageous to Russia.
The U.S. is urging China to also meet with Ukraine's president to discuss diplomatic solutions. Xi Jinping's visit comes just days after the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for Putin on war crime charges related to Ukraine. President Vladimir Putin is making it clear Russia can drop the Black Sea grain initiative if his conditions are not met. Moscow signing on to another extension of the deal, but only for 60 days. That's half the previous terms. The deal allows safe passage for Ukrainian grain exports to global markets. Putin argues a parallel agreement to open up Russian exports has failed. According to one analyst, Russian wheat shipments were at or near record highs this winter. Developing this morning, a Washington, D.C. jury finds 4 people tied to the Oath Keepers guilty of conspiracy and obstruction charges. This all stems from the January 6th riots at the Capitol. All 6 were convicted of a misdemeanor trespassing charge. It is the 3rd group of members of the far-right group to be tried on serious charges, and it comes as the prosecution rests its case in another high-profile trial against the former Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio and 4 others. Idaho is set to become the 5th state to allow prisoner executions by firing squad. The method will be used as a backup to lethal injection. Supporters argue death sentences are currently impossible to carry out in Idaho because prisons can't get the drugs needed to carry out lethal injection. Opponents say a firing squad is particularly gruesome. A bill easily cleared the legislature with a veto-proof majority, and it is now heading to the governor's desk. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, one author is urging a Pennsylvania school board to keep certain controversial books in its libraries. Nearly 70 books in the Central Bucks School District are currently being challenged by parents. Some say the books all contain sexually explicit content, which they argue is inappropriate for school. Laurie Halse Anderson is the author of one of the books. Shout details Anderson's own experience with sexual assault. She went to last week's board meeting to criticize efforts to remove such books.
Your book banning will be an act of illegal government overreach. Denying education and information to your students is guaranteeing that some of them are going to be broken for life.
Central Bucks policy does prohibit any books with sexual content. It's not yet clear what action will be taken on the challenged books, if any. St. Clair Broadcast Group did reach out to the district for comment, but have not yet heard back. A Massachusetts school is drawing attention for a survey asking middle schoolers about their sexual history. Questions from the survey were obtained by the Washington Free Beacon. 6th and 7th graders in the Elliott K-8 Innovation School were asked if they had ever participated in oral sex. It also included a description of oral sex. One parental rights advocate says the theme of the questions mirror those that have concerned parents in other districts.
Certainly, you're always going to have disagreement about what kids should learn when. Those disagreements have been happening forever. But this is something different because now we're talking about subjects that are explicitly sexual in nature and also that wade into, very private topics.
Boston Public Schools sharing a district message with St. Clair Broadcast Group, which told parents it is important to discuss safe and healthy behaviors with students. And it also noted that the questions are written in a direct but sensitive way. Parents will be able to share their concerns in an upcoming Zoom meeting.
An arrest made in the murder of a Baltimore high schooler. Just ahead, what we're learning about the suspect and how the community played a role in finding him.
And we'll take a closer look at the bills that survived crossover day and the hearing that's scheduled today in the State House.
Our temperatures are not too bad right now. We're going to really like those numbers later this afternoon. Warmer and more of that sunshine for springtime. Break it all down right for you here on the Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, March 21st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. First full day of spring. It's happening today. We got to find out if it's going to feel like it.
I hope so. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Yesterday, not too bad,
not
right,
bad
guys?
at all.
Not for the afternoon, yes.
A little bit breezy, but today, less wind, more sun, and warmer temperatures.
Like
all of that is on the way. Now, our numbers right now across the region, mainly in the 20s and 30s. We're right at 32 in Baltimore City. Remember, yesterday morning we were below freezing at this time, so our numbers are actually a little bit better, and we don't have much wind out there either. As you head out for a run or a jog, next couple of hours, you'll still want to get layered up with those lower 30s here on the way. And we'll top out right about 64 for our high, which is about 5 or 7 degrees above average for this time of year, and almost 10 degrees warmer than what we saw yesterday. Sun comes up just after 7 o'clock, and check out highs across the region. A lot of us in the low to mid 60s for your Tuesday. Back with your full forecast. We do have some rain to talk about later this week, but we'll break that down for you in just a bit.
As part of our investigation, we were given witness information that our person of interest was in Texas and was attempting to flee the country.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis, 2 weeks after 16-year-old Isaiah Carter was gunned down in a park by his high school. Police have announced an arrest.
Now, this comes as the self-imposed deadline for legislation in Annapolis to reach the opposite chamber for a hearing has passed.
Several big pieces of legislation, including some anti-crime efforts, remain up in the air.
Now, we have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will be joining us with a look into a bill being backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and the hearing happening today.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly. She is joining us with more on the arrest and what we are learning about the suspect. Shannon.
Well, as you heard from Commissioner Harrison, Patrice, we are learning that this suspect was attempting to flee the country, but he was caught in South Texas on Sunday, and that is in part thanks to the community who helped in this investigation, according to police. Now, they say he will be extradited right back here to Baltimore, and this is where he will be formally charged with first-degree murder. In fact, take a look right here at your screen. This is 23-year-old Roger Mendoza. This is the suspect right here. Police believe he shot and killed 16-year-old Isaiah Carter outside his high school. Now, investigators say the exact motive for the murder is still unclear, but they do say it happened after a dispute. And remember, the shooting happened March 6th, so this arrest comes 2 weeks later. Commissioner Michael Harrison says people stepped up and they shared the suspect's identity.
Yes, people are fed up, and this is why we ask for help. And when we get support from members of our community, and we had witness information, this is how we turn cases around and bring closure to families that much faster.
Yes, you know, when we're talking about young people, people are especially going to be fed up when we're talking about kids who we know haven't even started to scratch the surface of what potential that they can grow into be.
And so far this year, Tom and Patrice, there have already been 7 city school students killed.
Shannon, what do we know, though, or do we know anything about the suspect, the 23-year-old's background?
Yeah, so we are learning, Tom, that this suspect, Mendoza, has a prior criminal record. He was arrested both here in Baltimore and in Florida. And according to online court records, that arrest here in Baltimore was for a first-degree burglary charge. It was from back in 2018. And of course, now once he is brought back here to Baltimore for this case, he will be formally charged with first-degree murder. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, crossover day for lawmakers comes to a close.
It is the deadline for legislation to clear one chamber and make it to the other in order to have a chance of becoming law.
But the bill backed by Baltimore's top attorney, Ivan Bates, remains in the balance following the deadline. Taylor Stewart is joining us live with what's happening today. Taylor?
Well, there's a hearing scheduled today on that very bill, though. The intent is to roll it into another piece of legislation. Recall, this goes back to City State Attorney Ivan Bates' proposal to raise the maximum sentencing for illegal gun offenders from 3 years to 5 years, which right now is a misdemeanor. So that means offenders only have to serve 25% of their sentence. That could change today, depending on what's decided in today's hearing. The most recent Gonzalez poll shows crime and public safety as a main concern for voters. 35% of black voters statewide say crime is their top priority. And in Baltimore City, nearly 50% of voters say public safety tops their list. On that end, the governor says they are making progress.
This administration is moving with a new sense of collaboration with the members of the Maryland General Assembly.
The crime issue battle is a battle not between Democrats and Republicans, but between progressive Democrats and moderate Democrats.
Meanwhile, Senate Bill 1 is moving forward. It restricts where legal gun owners can bring their firearms in public. Other bills, like the Violent Firearms Offender Act, cracking down on repeat offenders by increasing those penalties, and plans to implement tougher penalties for juvenile crimes, that is not likely to get through. Again, that hearing today is scheduled for 1 o'clock. That will review the bill that was proposed by City State Attorney Ivan Bates, and we'll update you what comes of that hearing. For now, we're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Fox 45 News is also helping you make your voice heard. If you would like to reach out to your lawmakers, let them know what you'd like to see passed, just scan that QR code right there on your screen. It will take you to our website, where we've put together a list of email addresses and phone numbers for state senators and delegates, including Senate President Bill Ferguson, House Speaker Adrian Jones.
5:06 right now, a Manhattan prosecutor is considering criminal charges against former President Donald Trump.
Megan Gillen is at our live center this morning with a potential arrest today, and why some feel this might all be politically motivated. Megan?
Timing is everything. Today, guys, we know the former president says he will become the first former president ever to be indicted here. We want to take you live now to New York City here this morning, a dark shot before the sun comes up, where we know a grand jury appears to be wrapping up its investigation of former President Donald Trump over a hush money payment to the adult film star Stormy Daniels. Without evidence, Trump claiming he will be arrested today, turning to his social media platform Truth Social late last night, calling the DA's investigation a political witch hunt, citing as his re-election campaign is underway.
Our enemies are desperate to stop us because they know that we are the only ones who can stop them, and they know it very strongly. And they're looking at the polls where, not me, but we are up by so much. They can't even believe it.
Well, yesterday, attorney Robert Costello, a well-known Trump ally, providing his testimony, telling reporters he came forward because he did not believe former attorney Michael Cohen could be trusted. Well, Costello claims to have provided more than 300 emails and notes proving his claim. Cohen ultimately pleading guilty in connection with the payments to Stormy Daniels and also model Karen McDougal, which he claims were directed by Trump. Now, ahead of a possible Trump indictment, we're seeing the barriers and security cameras now being installed around the DA's office in New York City. Trump has been encouraging his supporters on Truth Social to protest his possible arrest. But guys, it's been a pretty quiet response so far. As a precaution, we know officials say all NYPD officers are expected to be ready to deploy today, calling it a high alert day. But again, for now, no credible threats. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Yet another push to get answers for parents who do not have access to their money in the Maryland 529 plan. Still ahead this morning, the developments happening today that hope to change that.
And a judge dismisses a lawsuit against a group of people fighting against the Johns Hopkins University police. Still ahead, why the plaintiff says he isn't surprised.
Temperatures in the 20s and 30s stepping out on your Tuesday morning, but we will have a very nice afternoon. Good day to be outside. Break down what we can expect with that coming up on the early edition. Stick around, won't you? 5:11 is your time right now on your Weather Authority forecast here for your Tuesday. Checking some temperatures around the state. Most of us are in the 20s and 30s. 32 in Oakland, 25 in Cumberland, 37 in 37, in Westminster, and lower 30s here for Baltimore up into Bel Air. So those numbers are definitely rising today. In fact, you can see that steady climb all the way through the middle of the morning and into the afternoon. We're going to be topping out in the low to mid 60s, about almost 10 degrees above average for this time of year. So high of 64 today. We drop to the 40s tonight and another day in the 60s tomorrow as well. We do have some rain showers that we have to track later this week, and we'll do that coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
When you have a lot of people talking and thinking about running, it shows that people may think that the mayor is weak politically.
Crime top of mind for voters with the next mayoral race. The new pool of candidates we could see take on Mayor Brandon Scott.
The plan for boost funding remains up in the air this morning, but still ahead. Why some think that the plan to cut the funding will pass no matter what. 5:12, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
It's 5:15 and topping your consumer news this morning. Hiring managers say some job ads may be for positions that are not available. Financial consultant Clarify Capital surveyed 1,000 hiring managers. The results show 27% kept postings up for more than 4 months. Close to half who say they posted positions which were not available say they did so to make it seem like the company was growing. 1/3 of managers say the open listings were to ease the anger of overworked employees. Now, other responses included keeping a pool of candidates ready just in case someone quits or if a, quote, irresistible candidate applies. New research finds older Social Security recipients are spending more thanks to the record boost in their monthly checks. This year, Americans receiving Social Security checks are getting an 8.7% increase. It's about $140 more in their monthly checks. It's the largest bump in payments in 40 years, all thanks to the new cost of living adjustment. According to the new research from Bank of America Institute, spending growth among older Americans has jumped almost 3 points, all thanks to the benefits increase. Now estimates from the Senior Citizens League show benefits may not increase as much in 2024 due to cooling inflation. And the Biden administration is making the case to provide more funding for child care programs. White House releasing an economic report yesterday laying out the benefits of additional spending. The analysis claims programs aimed at children tend to produce long-term benefits more than cover their costs. Well, the White House also claims that the child care allows more women to hold jobs and improves the likelihood children will stay in school and stay employed as adults, which boosts the economic growth and reduces crime. Many Republicans are skeptical of added spending, saying focusing on deficit reduction would better help families by lowering inflation.
Gerber's parent company, Perrigo, is announcing a recall of several batches of baby formula due to possible contamination. The company says the products may contain a common bacteria, which most people show no symptoms from, but premature infants could experience poor feeding, excessive crying, or low energy. Perrigo says the bacteria has not been found in any distributed products, and no adverse events have been reported.
Some new buzz around rapper Snoop Dogg's latest venture. The music icon and entrepreneur is launching a new line of coffee, partnering with an Indonesian coffee giant to unveil Indo XYZ. The pair described the brand as a lifestyle coffee brand. They say the coffee beans are from several Indonesian islands and then roasted in Los Angeles. The coffee will launch in California before rolling out in Las Vegas and then the rest of the country. Each can of this cold brew, suggested price of just about $6, while each bag of roasted whole bean coffee starts at about $18.
I mean, does Snoop even make music anymore? He's very entrepreneurial.
Right.
Got a lot
He's
of
in
stuff.
a lot of commercials.
I don't know
He's in a lot of commercials.
I don't know that he has to.
But I'm like, come on, where's gin and juice? Where's, doggy style?
He's done it. He's moved on.
He has evolved.
Yeah. It's like evolved. A lot of singers that, like Will Smith barely makes any music anymore. He's, an actor now.
That's all he is. Yeah. So, all right.
Still too soon.
No, it's not.
Oh,
It's
no.
absolutely not
Chris
too
Rock already
soon.
brought it up
Chris
again.
Rock came
Yeah.
to Baltimore and did the whole thing. Like,
Chris
we're
Rock
good
was
now,
too
so.
soon.
Let's take a look outside and see what's going on right now. Guys, we're talking about temperatures today that are going to be warmer for National French Bread Day. Oui, oui. Do you guys know I went to France? What? Huh? Okay. Oh, man, crickets in here. Okay, I get it. Okay, I see. It's too early. Thank you. Thank you for that. See? My people love it. It's not French bread pizza day, though, because French bread pizza is amazing. French bread is still good, but French bread pizza, woo, it's some good stuff. Just to get that in school. Downtown Baltimore right now, do they still have that? 32-year temp, so we're right at the freezing mark. Remember, yesterday, we were quite a bit below freezing. So numbers right now at that freezing mark, wind out of the west about 5 to 7 miles an hour. Overall, our HD radar is still very quiet up and down the East Coast. This is going to be the trend, at least for today and even into tomorrow, as we definitely have that nice ridge of high pressure. So as the kids get out to school, beep, beep, and the bus stop for their French bread pizzas for lunch, we're talking about numbers in the 30s through 7 a.m., mid-50s into the noon hour, and we will be on our way to the low to mid-60s for a lot of us later today. So a great day to get outside. Golfers are going to love today, or any outdoor enthusiast, anything you want to do outside today, that's the day. Today's the day, with numbers in the mid-50s by noon and into the low and mid-60s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Check some of these numbers today across the board. Carroll and Baltimore counties, low 60s here. Westminster, Hereford zone out of Cockeysville. Perry Hall and White Marsh right near that 60-degree mark for today. Low to mid-60s as well for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties. Again, those numbers well above average. And even the Eastern Shore, a little cooler, but still lower 60s for Galena and Chestertown, all the way out through Rock Hall this afternoon. We keep that 60s trend going for tomorrow at right about 64. A little bit breezy tomorrow afternoon with a bit more cloud cover. Notice on Thursday and Friday, we're going to bring in more clouds, more rain, but 73 for our high on Thursday. Our temps drop behind the cold front, and it will be raining most of Friday and parts of Saturday as well. But our numbers do stay above average all the way until the early part of next week. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and the cameras in the Towson region. People up and out, but moving along just fine. No issues at this hour. Let's get a check of mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 505 and Camden Train 841 operating with 5-minute delays for your commute start. Perhaps allow a little extra time in those instances. The other trains look good for travel. Light Rail Link working with a service disruption still between Falls Road and the Timonium Fairground stops as construction maintenance continues on that service. Shuttle buses remain in place. Allow time for travel. Metro Subway Link on schedule. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Families continue to demand answers regarding their Maryland 529 college savings plans. Just ahead, the relief that could be on the way soon.
And there's a growing number of potential candidates for mayor. Just ahead, who we're seeing on this list that we have not seen before.
.524, and here's a look at some top trending stories around the state. Lawmakers in Annapolis, they're still split on what to do about the Boost program. Now, that provides scholarships for low-income families to send their children to non-public schools. Governor Wes Moore calling to phase out the $10 million program. Now, the House's version of the state budget includes the $2 million budget cut to Boost, but Senate President Bill Ferguson says he thinks the funding should stay.
So long as we are fully funding our public schools and doing more than is expected for our public schools, that we should have students in different circumstances should have the opportunity as well.
Because Ferguson is the most powerful Democrat in the Senate, he's going to get his Boost funding.
The governor says he does not want to see public dollars go to private schools. Supporters of the Boost program say the governor's argument does not make sense because state dollars go to private ventures all the time, like housing vouchers and sports stadiums. Some claim the governor is cutting funding from the Boost program because of influence from teachers union who supported his campaign. The governor denies those claims, and it's important to note the $10 million the state spends on the Boost program is just a fraction of the $7.5 billion Maryland spends on education overall. Governor Wes Moore attended private school.
A circuit court judge dismisses a lawsuit that would have struck down the memorandum of understanding between the Baltimore Police Department and Johns Hopkins University Police Department. The lawsuit argues the MOU is invalid for a number of reasons, including errors and conflicts with state law. Now, the university started work to establish a private police force last year. It was met with lots of pushback from people who say they don't want to see more private police in Baltimore. The memorandum of understanding was signed in December. Supporters say the private force will make the campus and city safer. They point to many other schools with private police forces, including Morgan State University. The group that filed the lawsuit says they plan to appeal the decision.
The Baltimore City Fire Department has identified 3 children who were killed and 2 adults who were hurt in a house fire this past weekend. 1-year-old Nasir Mason and 2-year-old Cash Lawson, 7-year-old Sky Blue, all dying in the Brighton Street fire early Saturday morning. 50-year-old Jermaine Lawson is still in the hospital. 53-year-old Joanne Falcon has been released. The cause of this fire, though, is still under investigation.
We are warming up once again, still ahead this morning when the next weather maker could move in.
And 2 world powers meeting once again today. The proposals China is making to Russia to bring an end to the war in Ukraine and what Putin is saying about it today. It's 5:27 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Grab that extra cup of coffee. A little bit cooler this morning, but it is going to be gorgeous today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with that Happy news.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. We had 50s yesterday, going to add about 10 degrees potentially for some of you by this afternoon in terms of warmer numbers. And you can see those numbers across the screen right now and across the state, mainly in the 20s and 30s as you're up early with us here this morning. So it is, yeah, chilly, but not nearly as cold as it was yesterday. And check out the rising temperatures over the next few hours. You can see that right there on your screen. 40 by 9 a.m., 50s into the noon hour, and 60s for later this afternoon. Plenty of sunshine, not much wind either. So should top out right about 64 today. We'll drop to the 40s tonight, and another day tomorrow also in the 60s as we've got a real nice first week of spring ahead of us. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that over on that big green wall over there in just a few. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network here. And you see the camera 895 and 95 right here. Traffic is moving fine. In fact, no issues at all to report around the Baltimore region.
Fox 45 News is following three big stories for you at 5:30.
Families continue to search for answers surrounding their Maryland 529 savings plans. The hearing happening today that could decide the fate of the fund.
We are looking ahead to the race for Baltimore City Mayor, the pool of candidates that seems to be growing.
Plus, Russian and Chinese leaders set to resume talks today. The topics expected to be covered.
We have live team coverage of our top stories this morning, starting with Shannon Lilly and Maryland's embattled college savings plan.
I would have had that money in a different plan. Now I don't have the money.
So myself and many parents who believed in what, the state of Maryland was telling us are now unable to pay for our children's education.
Continuing coverage more than a year after what Maryland 529 calls a calculation error, families are still looking for answers.
Many say that error is costing them thousands of dollars.
And Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with a look at the hearing happening today in Annapolis. Shannon.
Yeah, that hearing will be in the House today, Tom, and it will be discussing the future of Maryland's embattled 529 college savings plan. As you just heard, there have been one family after the other coming forward saying that this whole experience has been like a never-ending nightmare for them. Well, now there is bipartisan support for repealing the Maryland 529 board and giving control of the college savings fund to the office of the state treasurer. Now, the bills in the Senate and House will not make the crossover day deadline, but lawmakers say it will not stop them from passing the legislation.
The Maryland 529 program, which was filed late as a result of a number of different reasons, but I think is the right legislation. I think there's agreement with the House that we want to move that program to the Treasurer's office and wind down the prepay program. So I feel good about that one coming afterwards.
Yeah, again, Maryland 529 has been under scrutiny for over a year now following an alleged interest calculation error. And that error caused the agency to block parents from accessing all of the money in their accounts and ultimately slash many of their savings by thousands of dollars. Well, now today, parents may finally get some answers and some relief may be on the way. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
5:33 now. The list of possible mayoral candidates appears to be growing in Baltimore. This past weekend, many voters received a survey asking if the election were held today, who would receive your vote? Taylor Stewart is live with more on the survey, triggering questions of a possible run for office. Taylor?
Well, a name that was floated on that survey, Comptroller Bill Henry. In fact, he was the only politician referenced in each question in that survey that gauged how voters feel about city services like trash pickup, roads, as well as violence in schools. Well, Henry's name listed as one of those 6 possible candidates who could get your vote for mayor. Well, most recently, the comptroller expressed his frustration over the mayor's conduit deal with BGE. He spoke with Fox 45 here, and political analyst John Dede says that poll may not only gauge the sentiments of voters, but it could also be sending a message to city leaders.
A lot of this is testing the waters to see, okay, do I have a shot at this thing? What do the voters care about that I can focus on issues? Because sometimes that's the smartest thing to do.
Dede says much of the mayor's fate could hinge on the homicide rate and whether significant reductions are made by the time voters get to the polls. When asked, Henry would not comment on the poll, nor has he announced whether he intends to run for this job. But we will continue to keep our eyes on the race for mayor as the number of candidates continues to grow. We're live right now in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. The race for city council president also heating up. Sunday, Councilman Zeke Cohen formally announced his run.
Tonight, I am proud to announce my candidacy to be the next Baltimore City Council president.
Cohen will face incumbent Nick Mosby. You can find more on Cohen's announcement on our website, foxbaltimore.com. 5:35 now. We are getting word this morning talks between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese President Xi Jinping will resume today.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what could come from those meetings. Megan?
Yeah, now getting our first look here, guys, at Putin and Xi's meeting. This was inside the Kremlin, where they actually met for 4.5 hours yesterday. The war in Ukraine being the main topic of discussion. Xi insisting the visit is meant to broker peace talks with Ukraine, to which Putin was quick to respond.
We studied closely your proposals on the settlement of the acute crisis in Ukraine. Of course, we will have an opportunity to discuss this issue.
Xi also offering his support for Putin's re-election next year. Listen in.
Russia's development has significantly improved under your leadership.
We are now getting word, this is new just this morning, that Japan's prime minister is now heading to Ukraine for talks with President Volodymyr Zelensky. We'll keep you posted on that as well. That's the latest from our live center.
This is how we turn cases around and bring closure to families that much faster.
Major arrest in the murder of a 16-year-old student. How authorities were able to track down a suspect.
We're trying to get Baltimore to a better place.
A group working to clean up Baltimore City streets is seeing a road bump. The alarming discovery that has them sounding the alarm.
Plus, another chilly start to your morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know just how much we warm up this afternoon. 5:37 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Just about 5:40 on your Tuesday morning. Overall, our temps right now, 20s and 30s is what we're looking at as you step outside. Now, numbers later this afternoon are going to be warmer. So, Mr. Bo, what say you on our morning drive? We're good to go. You hear that? That's right. 30s here over the next couple of hours. Get the heaters still on this morning, but this afternoon, no need for that at all. We'll take a closer look at just how warm we get today and later this week as well. Back to you.
5:40, turning now to a city in crisis. A group hired to clean up trash in Baltimore is collecting thousands of drug needles, and they are calling it a crisis.
The nonprofit group, which is part of the mayor's Clean Core initiative, is among those tasked with collecting trash and waste all across West Baltimore.
If you want to walk in right along the fence,
we might find some more.
Not might. We were nowhere prepared for the volume of needles that we were finding, not just back in the grass or in the shadows, but literally in the middle of the sidewalks, in the middle of the streets.
According to the CDC, discarded drug needles can lead to the spread of several diseases, including hepatitis and HIV. It is a major concern for Christopher Irvin, with his crews alone collecting up to 1,000 needles a day.
Well, just blocks away, one of the city's needle exchange mobile units offers a safe space for used needles to be thrown away. However, with limited locations and time slots, Irvin says clearly those efforts are not enough to solve the surge in syringes just strewn throughout the city.
There should be some type of secure receptacle, because as a city, we give out needles for safety's sake. There should be a safe way to collect them. So wherever there's a trash can, there should be a receptacle right next to it.
Christopher Irvin says that the receptacles would offer a 24-hour solution. Fox 45 News reaching out to Baltimore City Health Department and DPW and the mayor's office, asking if they are aware of the number of needles this group has found. We also asked if and how they plan to respond to this health hazard. We have not yet heard back.
Former President Donald Trump says he expects to be arrested today, what we're learning from brand new testimony.
Plus, an arrest in the murder of a 16-year-old Baltimore student, where authorities found the suspect. 5:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.545 now, turning to your session 2023 coverage. The state of Maryland will have less money to work with than expected in the future.
Well, earlier this month, the Board of Revenue Estimates voted to decrease Maryland's revenue projection.
Based on the advice and recommendations of the committee, we reduced our budget revenue estimates by about $400 million for the next fiscal year.
Now, this means the state government will have less money to spend, and Republicans worry this will lead to increased taxes, while some Democrats say that it will not. The changes in revenue projections are critical because money drives lawmakers' decisions. As Governor Wes Moore's budget makes its way through Annapolis, Republican lawmakers worry the state needs to cut back spending.
The message is to lawmakers, tighten your belts and stop spending money. I think I and my fellow Republicans are very concerned about the future budgets in Maryland right now because of all the money that the federal government that Joe Biden sent to the states. The budget is okay, but we are poised to see many tax increases in future years.
Comptroller Brooke Learman says she is not worried about the tax increases right now, but Republicans argue that if some cuts are not made, tax increases will be inevitable.
Little warmer than yesterday. It definitely still has
and recommendations of the committee.
A chill in the air as you make your way out. Right at the free.
We reduced our budget revenue
mark here in Baltimore City. So make sure to
estimates by about $400 million.
Grab a jacket and make sure those kids are good to
for the next fiscal year.
Go and bundled up before you send them off to school.
Now, this means the state government will.
Over the East Coast, this nice ridge
have less money to spend, and Republicans worry this will lead
high pressure. You see that H right there? That's over the Carolinas
to increase taxes, while some Democrats say
right now, and that's going to track to the north over the next few hours. And with that being said, it's going to bring in some warmer conditions and warmer temperatures as well. Our Rise and Shine cast looking like this over the next few hours. Grab that cup of joe, enjoy some breakfast with us here on your Tuesday. We're talking about low to mid 30s next few hours. Sun's up at 7:09 and goes to bed tonight at 7:19. Those longer daylight hours, you can definitely feel that out there. Reisterstown, shout out to you. Good morning. 36 by 8 a.m. We're going to see those numbers for you getting into the mid 50s by noontime. I think you can do lunch outdoors today. Why not? And we'll see those numbers climb into the low and mid 60s for a lot of us later this afternoon. Plenty of sunshine today. Temperatures warming up nicely. 56 is typically where we are. That was closer to yesterday's numbers. Today's numbers, low to mid 60s. Now, there's still some 50s hanging around in some spots. And notice on our temperature tracker, we keep an above average trend starting today and all the way through the weekend. Nice little spike there on Thursday where we'll see those numbers slide into the lower 70s, even though we've got some clouds to go with it. So today, we're mostly clear on your future scan. Tomorrow, a little bit more cloud cover. A stray shower may try to work in late Wednesday night. Thursday, couple of showers possible, but overall, we're not really tracking a lot of rain. It's not going to be until we get into Friday. That's going to be our rainy day where we'll have rain showers in the morning and then off and on showers into the afternoon as well. Some of those left over even into Saturday. Shout out to Brenda S. Oh my goodness, look at these cute puppies right here. Ruby and Natty. Thank you so much, Brenda. We appreciate that over on the Eastern Shore, and we'd love to get your pet pics too, guys. I love putting them on TV. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. As I mentioned, keeping those temperatures nice, mild conditions. Lower 70s Thursday, even though it comes with a few showers. And then it will be cooler into Friday and Saturday, but still 60s for highs, even though we have to deal with some rain to kick off the weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network and looking at 95, 895 split right here. This is about what you see on all the highways around the Baltimore region. No issues to report. Now we want to get a live look from our Lynn Stoller mobile track cruising along 95 northbound in the Fallston area. And to check for your mass transit, we have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good Tuesday morning, Mark.
Well, good Tuesday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 511 and 10 train 407, both operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC are on time for the commute start. Light Rail Link still working with a service disruption between Falls Road and the Timonium Fairground stops due to ongoing maintenance. Shuttle buses remain in place providing service there. Allow time for travel on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link good to go for the commute. No delays in either direction of that service. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Fox 45 invites you to come out and join us at the Be More Healthy Expo. It is coming up this weekend, March 25th, at the Baltimore Convention Center from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. The expo can help guide you on your journey toward a healthier lifestyle. You can receive free health screenings, check out cooking demonstrations, even learn about life-saving skills.
The city of San Francisco considering giving qualifying African Americans millions of dollars in reparation payments. I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington with why critics are pushing back.
Plus, a bill backed by Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates still up in the air in Annapolis. The hearing happening today could provide some answers. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .54 and making your headlines this Tuesday morning. Reparation programs continue in certain communities.
As national correspondent Kayla Gaskins reports, San Francisco is weighing one of the most dramatic reparations plans in the country.
How
much money would right historical wrongs.
Hundreds of years of free labor about being removed from our homes, not allowed to be educated.
In a unanimous vote last week, San Francisco city leadership accepting a draft plan for reparations. Eligible black residents would receive a one-time $5 million payment, a complete clearing of personal debt, the ability to purchase a home within city limits for $1, plus an annual income of $97,000. Some estimate this will cost the city more than $100 billion.
When people ask why you're talking against the woke craziness, because it's crazy. Is it not crazy?
The idea stirring up controversy. Even Andrew Yang, who ran for president promoting universal income, is critical.
Even I didn't go this far.
San Francisco's plan has a long path ahead before anyone sees a check. Pushes for reparations reigniting after the 2020 murder of George Floyd. In 2021, Evanston, Illinois, becoming the first city to implement reparations through housing grants covering home repairs and property costs. At the state level, California leading the way, creating a reparations task force. They're expected to release recommendations this summer.
That we acknowledge and recognize that harm has been done and that somebody needs to pay for that harm.
Critics argue deciding who pays for harm committed by past generations is a moral and legal slippery slope. Heritage Senior Fellow Mike Gonzalez says reparations don't address root causes of poverty for African Americans today.
Reparations will do nothing to bad schools and the breakdown of the family.
Polling from last fall shows the majority of Americans don't support reparations. Activists now turning up pressure on California Governor Gavin Newsom to issue an executive order implementing reparations if state lawmakers fail to act this summer. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
The Chinese president continues his trip in Russia this morning. This is day 2 of 3.
Now, the trip has been described as an opportunity for two nations to deepen their strategic partnership. Vladimir Putin sees the visit as a triumph over Western efforts to isolate Russia over its invasion of Ukraine. The two plan to discuss China's proposal for ending the conflict, and Putin said he highly respects the initiative. The U.S. Secretary of State condemned any effort that calls for a ceasefire without a Russian withdrawal.
It would recognize Russia's attempts to seize the sovereign neighbor's territory by force. It would enable Russia to further entrench positions in Ukraine, and a ceasefire now, without a durable solution, would allow President Putin to rest and refit his troops and then restart the war at a time more advantageous to Russia.
The U.S. is urging China to also meet with Ukraine's president to discuss diplomatic solutions. President Xi's visit comes just days after the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for Putin on war crimes related to Ukraine.
And President Putin is making it clear Russia can drop the Black Sea grain initiative if its conditions are not met. Now, Moscow signed onto another extension of the deal, but only for 60 days, which is half the previous term. Now, the deal allows safe passage for Ukrainian grain exports to global markets. Putin argues a parallel agreement to open up Russian exports has failed. According to one analyst, Russian wheat shipments were at or near record highs this winter.
Now to your health headlines. Gerber's parent company Perrigo announces a recall of several batches of baby formula due to possible contamination. The company says the products may contain a common bacteria, which most people show no symptoms from, but premature infants could experience poor feeding, excessive crying, or low energy. Perrigo says the bacteria has not been found in any distributed products and no adverse events have been reported.
An arrest made in the murder of a Baltimore high schooler. Just ahead, what we are learning about the suspect and how the community played a role in finding him.
The bills that made it through crossover day, and there's also a bill that's going to be considered today. We're going to break it all down for you here in just a few minutes.
And as we slide into spring, we're talking about numbers that are going to be warmer for the afternoon. We'll break it all down on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, people are hype and excited around here. You gotta love it. Welcome back on this Tuesday, March 21st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, sliding over to our desk right now. Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Spring fever.
Yeah,
I like it.
Look, I wanted to do Tom Cruise in Risky Business, slide across the floor, but I
fully dressed, of course.
I was going to say, keep your pants on.
Fully dressed,
Okay.
yeah, but just in socks. But I would have probably bumped my head and fallen over, and then it's a whole thing, and you got to get corporate involved, huh?
Would have been some good TV.
Hunt Valley would probably not like that very much. So our downtown Baltimore cam, good morning to all of you. Happy Tuesday as we take a look outside. Still dark. The sun coming up about an hour or so from right now. Man, real nice afternoon that we have for you. So after a chilly Tuesday morning, sunny and warmer for the afternoon, and those temps are staying above average. So your first full day of spring looking good. And on your morning drive, yes, it's a little chilly here next couple of hours, but we'll get to 35 by 8 a.m. into the 40s as we head toward 9 and 10 o'clock. So topping your highs today, or your numbers topping out in the low to mid 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Should hit a high of 64 in Baltimore City this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast, and we'll talk about that potential for rain later this week as well. That's all coming up. How are we doing on the roads right now, Tom?
Not bad at all. In fact, Lens Solar Traffic Network shows that there's just a green basically out there. You're looking at the top of JFX to North Avenue all the way to President Street, where everything is, and so far this morning, moving smoothly with no accidents to report.
As part of our investigation, we were given witness information that our person of interest was in Texas and was attempting to flee the country.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis 2 weeks after 16-year-old Isaiah Carter was gunned down in a park near his high school. Police have announced an arrest.
Well, Shannon Lilly is joining us live from downtown Baltimore with what we are now learning about the suspect. Shannon?
Well, we're learning, Tom, that suspect was attempting to flee the country, but he was stopped and arrested in South Texas. And according to police here, that is in part, that arrest, thanks to the community who stepped in and helped in this investigation. Now, police say he will now be extradited back here to Baltimore, where he will be formally charged with first-degree murder. In fact, take a look. This is the suspect right here on your screen. This is 23-year-old Roger Mendoza. Now, police believe he shot and killed 16-year-old Isaiah Carter outside his high school. Investigators say the exact motive for this murder is still unclear, but they do tell us now that a dispute happened right before. And remember, the shooting happened March 6th, so this arrest comes 2 weeks later. Commissioner Michael Harrison says people stepped up and they shared the suspect's identity.
Yes, people are fed up, and this is why we ask for help. And when we get support from members of our community, and we had witness information, this is how we turn cases around and bring closure to families that much faster.
Yes, when we're talking about young people, people are especially going to be fed up when we're talking about kids who we know haven't even started to scratch the surface of what potential that they can grow into be.
Yeah, as the mayor just mentioned, Patrice, people are fed up because there have already been 7 Baltimore City School students killed just so far this year.
Shannon, do we know anything about the suspect's background?
We do. In fact, we're learning that this suspect, Mendoza, has a prior criminal record, Patrice. He was arrested not only here in Baltimore previously, but also in Florida. Now, as for that previous Baltimore arrest, he was charged with first-degree burglary. And now in this case, of course, he will be extradited back here to Baltimore, and he is facing a first-degree murder charge. So we will be following this very closely. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, this arrest that Shannon was talking about comes as crossover day comes and goes in Annapolis, leaving several big pieces of legislation, including some anti-crime efforts, up in the air.
Crossover day is the deadline for legislation to clear one chamber and then make it to the other in order to have a chance of becoming law. The bill, backed by Baltimore's top attorney, Ivan Bates, still remains in the balance following the deadline.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live with what is expected for that bill today. Taylor?
Well, now we're thinking the intent of that bill will be rolled into another piece of legislation. There's a hearing scheduled for that bill today. And recall, this is the same proposal from City State Attorney Ivan Bates that would increase the maximum sentencing from 3 to 5 years for illegal gun offenders across the board. Now, at this point, we know that it could change today, decided depending on what happens during today's hearing. But the most recent Gonzalez poll shows crime and public safety as a main concern for voters. 35% of black voters statewide say crime is their top priority. And in Baltimore City, nearly 50% of all voters say public safety is the top of their list. On that end, the governor says lawmakers are making progress.
This administration is moving with a new sense of collaboration with the members of the Maryland General Assembly.
The crime issue battle is a battle not between Democrats and Republicans, but between progressive Democrats and moderate Democrats.
Meanwhile, Senate Bill 1 is moving forward. It restricts where legal gun owners can bring their firearms in public. Other bills like the Violent Firearms Offender Act cracking down on repeat violent offenders and increasing penalties, and plans to implement tougher penalties for juvenile crimes, it's not likely to make it through. Now, we're hearing that hearing is scheduled for 1 o'clock today to look at that Bates bill and roll it into another piece of legislation. We'll keep you updated as it moves forward. We're in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Fox 45 News is helping you make your voice heard. If you want to reach out to your lawmakers to let them know what you'd like to see passed, just scan that QR code on your screen. It will take you to our website, where we've put together a list of email addresses and phone numbers for state senators and delegates, including Senate President Bill Ferguson, House Speaker Adrian Jones.
The federal manhunt for former Governor Larry Hogan's ex-chief of staff, Roy McGrath, continues. A week ago yesterday, he failed to show up to his fraud federal trial in Baltimore. The FBI has searched his Florida home. His wife and attorney say they're concerned about him.
Today, Maryland 529 account holders may start to feel some relief. How months of frustration has led to their voices finally being heard.
Plus, New York City preparing for possible protests today as former President Donald Trump asked supporters to stand up against his anticipated indictment. Straight ahead from our live center, the muted response on social media and how all of this is expected to play out.
And our temperatures are chilly this morning, but we've got a real nice afternoon on tap for today. And overall this week, numbers looking good. We'll track those and a chance for rain as well. All coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Stay with us. 6:09 is your time right now and your Weather Authority forecast. Now, we're still a little bit chilly right now. Numbers this afternoon, though, are looking good. You can see those numbers, 20s and 30s, western Maryland, basically across the northern tier of the state, 30s in Westminster and Bel Air, right at 31 in Baltimore City. Yesterday at this time, we were below freezing overall, and we are seeing those numbers kind of right near that freezing mark. So, yeah, definitely grab a jacket when you head out. Have the sunglasses ready to go for the sunshine today, and no need for the umbrella. However, later this week, we are tracking some rain. So if you are out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, keep those 30s around and keep yourselves all layered up with the chilly conditions. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about how much warmer we get later today. Coming up.
6:10 right now, a Manhattan prosecutor is considering criminal charges against former President Donald Trump.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with a potential arrest today and why some say this is politically motivated. Megan?
A lot going on here, guys. Today, the former president says he will become the first ever indicted. Taking you live now to New York City, where still dark here before the sun comes up this morning. We know a grand jury there appears to be wrapping up its investigation of former President Donald Trump over a hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels. Without evidence, Trump claiming that he will be arrested today, turning to his social media platform, Truth Social, late last night, calling the DA's investigation a political witch hunt with his re-election campaign underway.
Our enemies are desperate to stop us because they know that we are the only ones who can stop them, and they know it very strongly. And they're looking at the polls where, not me, but we are up by so much. They can't even believe it.
Well, yesterday, attorney Robert Costello, a well-known Trump ally, providing his testimony, telling reporters he came forward because he did not believe former attorney Michael Cohen could be trusted. Costello claims to have provided more than 300 emails and notes proving his claim. Cohen ultimately pleading guilty in connection with the payments to Stormy Daniels and model Karen McDougal, which he claims were directed by Trump. Ahead of a possible Trump indictment here today, we're seeing the barriers and security cameras now being installed around the DA's office there in New York City. Trump encouraging his supporters on Truth Social to protest his possible arrest. But it's been a pretty quiet response so far from supporters. Officials say all NYPD officers, though, are expected to be ready just in case to deploy today, calling it a high alert day. But again, for now, no credible threats. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice.
A new survey puts a spotlight on Baltimore gas station prices. Still to come, the good and bad news for drivers this morning.
Lawmakers in Georgia arguing some parents are not qualified to make education choices for their children. Coming up, why they say they should not make that decision. 6:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:15 and now to the crisis in the classroom. This morning, one student is dead, another recovering after being shot outside of a high school in Arlington, Texas.
Police say the suspect fired shots outside of Lamar High School yesterday morning. One student was hit and taken to the hospital where he later died. The other was grazed by gunfire. She is expected to be okay.
Authorities took the suspect into custody, charged them with capital murder, with more charges possibly pending. Investigators recovered the weapon right at the scene. The school will be closed today. Also this morning in Georgia, lawmakers arguing some parents are not qualified to make school choices for their children.
Democratic Representative Lydia Glaze questioned the Georgia Promise Scholarship Act yesterday. The proposed school choice bill would provide parents of children attending the state's worst performing schools with $6,000 per year to send their child elsewhere. Glaze noted that many impacted families would likely be low income, and she raised concerns over allowing those parents to make such decisions.
I see parents being able to direct their child's education, and they are already in the lower 25 percentile, meaning a lot of those parents did not finish high school and could not finish their own education.
The Georgia Promise Scholarship Act is already passed in the Georgia Senate. It is now heading toward a full House vote.
Now, that is similar to the Boost program we have here in Maryland. The program awards scholarships to low-income families who wouldn't otherwise be able to send their children to private or parochial schools.
This year, there is a proposed budget cut to that program from Governor Wes Moore. But in light of the recent state report card findings, the governor's office tells us, quote, the governor believes public dollars should be going to public schools. Lawmakers in Annapolis still split on what to do about the program.
In Pennsylvania, a school board is being urged to keep certain controversial books in its libraries.
Nearly 70 books in the Central Bucks School District are currently being challenged by parents. Now, some say the books all contain sexually explicit content, which they argue is inappropriate for school. The author of one of the books, Shout, shares her own experience with sexual assault. She went to last week's board meeting to criticize efforts to remove the books.
Your book banning will be an act of illegal government overreach. Denying education and information to your students is guaranteeing that some of them are going to be broken for life.
Central Bucks policy does prohibit any books with sexual content. It is not yet clear what action will be taken on the challenged books, if any. Sinclair Broadcast Group reached out to the district for comment, but has not yet heard back. It is 6:17, and we need to get another check of the forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here right before the sun comes up.
Seeing a lot of great pictures online, guys, of those cherry blossoms down south, the tidal basin. Tomorrow is supposedly starting the peak bloom, but this week, man, and this is the day to go and check them out. Or even our beautiful trees right around here. I've seen a lot. In fact, right when you step out in front of our building here, and I've seen those around Baltimore City and Hamden. When I was driving in this morning, you can really see those blossoms coming up. Mile 1 Auto Group cam, really pretty picture right now from our Towson cam. If you have a moment to glance over at the TV screen, giving you a little bit of that morning glow before the sun comes up in just a little while. In fact, just after 7 o'clock. Overall, very calm conditions up and down the East Coast, and this is what is the reason for that large ridge of high pressure. When you see that big old H right there, that is a clockwise flow around that ridge. And so that's what's going to be moving up to the north and to the east over the next couple of hours and bringing us some warmer temperatures in from the south. Here's a look at your bus stop forecast. Beep, beep, as those kids get out to the bus stop in the next hour. Make sure they're bundled up. It's still chilly this morning with temperatures right near that freezing mark through 7 a.m. But upper 50s by noon, and you can shed those layers later this afternoon. We're talking about 64 in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Hank the Bird, excited for that on your Bird is the Word cat. Yeah, he's excited for all the things that are getting out there in the ground and all of those leaves and flowers that are budding. 40 your temp by 9 a.m., upper 50s through the noon hour and into the low and mid 60s for your highs. So overall, Carroll, Baltimore counties, we're seeing those numbers today in those low to mid 60s and close to about 5 to 7 to even 10 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday afternoon. Hartford and Cecil counties also upper 50s and lower 60s for Bel Air and Aberdeen over to Perryman, northeast at 59, 60 there in Rising Sun for you today. And up and down the 95 I-35 corridor. If you're heading to D.C. today, we're talking about 62 for the high in the district and even lower 60s for Philly, while we'll keep those lower 50s a little cooler down the ocean. So our future scan, 2 o'clock this afternoon. Here's that high that I was talking about. That's going to slide to the north, bring in more of that warmer air. Tomorrow, notice what happens. We get a little bit more cloud cover on Wednesday, but our temperatures will stay in the mild category and really warming up on Thursday. This is ahead of another cold front coming through. Thursday afternoon, a couple of scattered showers will be around. Really, the next day for actual rain comes on Friday, but it'll be a nice spring rain here as we're going to see mild temperatures continue even with that rain on Friday. Shout out to Brenda S., Ruby, and Natty. And apparently Ruby's been a busy girl, having 8 puppies, and that's just one of them right there. That is just such a precious shot. So thank you so much, Brenda, for sending that picture in. I always love getting your pet pics and love putting them on TV every weekday morning. All right, that 7-day forecast, as I mentioned, we keep those numbers above average, even some lower 70s on Thursday, but it is going to be cloudy with a couple of showers, but we'll get over it, right? And then we keep those lower 60s into the weekend with some showers left over into Saturday, but drying out nicely on Sunday, even into next week. Those temps stay in the 60s. Tom, are we going to call it Graham Cam or what? Like, I don't understand.
I know you're trying. We can talk to Graham and find out if he wants to get that sponsored or something, you know? We could put a sponsor.
Like a little animation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. In fact, you're taking a live look from the Graham Cam right now. The Lens Stoller mobile track. Photographer Graham headed southbound on 95 where traffic's moving along smoothly so far this morning. No issues to report on the morning commute. And you can see, right to the right there, White Marsh. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got 10 train 517 expected to be about 20 to 30 minutes late due to mechanical issues. Be aware of that in your travels and allow extra time if that's your ride. You'll find train 845 on the Canada line with a 5-minute delay. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Out there on Light Rail Link, that service disruption between Falls Road and the Timonium Fairgrounds is still with us. You'll find shuttle buses in place there as maintenance construction continues out there on Light Rail Link. Certainly allow time for travel. Metro Subway Link looking good. No delays in either direction of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Some good news for you. If you are taking to the roads this morning, according to a Gas Buddy study, the average gas price in Baltimore dropped by 5.9 cents within this last week. Now prices are sitting at an average of $3.27 a gallon. That is more than 55 cents lower than the prices we saw 1 year ago.
A new but familiar name floated as a possible candidate for the race for mayor. We'll tell you about that growing list of potential candidates at 6:30.
One of Oprah's favorite things is being recalled. After the break, we show you a better alternative to a popular water bottle. 6:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, it's popular on Instagram and was one of Oprah's favorite things. But now the Bindle bottle is being recalled after Consumer Reports found potentially dangerous levels of lead.
Here is more on the danger lurking inside the bottle, and then some good alternatives to keep you safely hydrated. Once one of Oprah's favorite things, Bindle is voluntarily recalling its Sip and Stash water bottle after Consumer Reports tests found alarmingly high levels of lead in the bottle's bottom storage compartment, levels that were over 1,000 times the amount allowed in many consumer products.
In the Bindle bottle's bottom storage compartment, there's a spot of lead solder that's sealing the different parts of the bottle together. So anything that you put into the storage compartment can potentially become contaminated with lead.
Exposure to lead can increase cancer risk, cause reproductive harm, and hurt brain and nervous system development. Another hidden danger in the bottles, CR's tests also found some of them contain bisphenol or BPA, a chemical linked to fertility problems in certain cancers, even though the company claims the product to be BPA-free. Because of these reasons, CR is warning consumers to immediately stop using all of Bindle's water bottles. Bindle has said that production of Bindle bottles has been suspended and will be overhauled going forward, eliminating the presence of exposed lead anywhere on future products. If you have a Bindle bottle and want to contact the manufacturer, go to Bindle's recall page at bindlebottle.com/pages/recall and complete the form to receive a free repair kit. The Bindle bottle has since been removed from Oprah's list of favorite things. To report a dangerous product or a product-related injury, go to saferproducts.gov.
We have a chilly start this morning with much warmer temperatures by this afternoon, though.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at when the next weather maker moves in.
Families continue to demand answers regarding their Maryland 529 college savings plans. Just ahead, the relief that could be coming soon. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. I'm ready for the 60-degree temperatures and the sun.
Which is going to be on Thursday, so I'm also ready for Thursday.
Wait,
meteorologist Justin Chambers.
What are you talking?
I thought it was later in the week that we got that high.
70s are later
70s.
this week.
That's what I'm waiting on.
Yeah,
that's
he
what
said
I'm waiting
60s, and we're going to get 60s today and tomorrow and later this week as well. But yeah, Thursday will be the warmest day. Either way, I mean, I'm telling you guys, this is a great start to our spring. We have kind of been cold for the last week or so. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, beautiful picture right there. Look how serene that is. Yeah, take that in. I love that shot. Thank you guys for dialing that in the back for our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Low to mid-30s over the next couple of hours. If you're out on the roads, Mr. Bose says, take it slow. You know what? I stepped outside. There is a little bit of frost on some of the cars, so it's definitely still cold this morning. But look at that, 64 today and tomorrow. And yeah, there's your 70s on Thursday. We're talking about a high of 73. However, we do have some rain to talk about as well. We'll do more of that in my full forecast over on that big green wall in just a few.
6:31. The list of possible mayoral candidates appears to be growing in Baltimore. This past weekend, many voters received a survey asking if the election were held today, who would receive your vote?
Taylor Stewart live with more on that survey, triggering questions of a possible run for office. Taylor?
I can't hear.
We'll see if we can get back to Taylor here in just a little bit. She has a little bit more on that survey and who possibly could be running that you may know in the city here.
I would have had that money in a different plan. Now I don't have the money.
So myself and many parents who believed in what the state of Maryland was telling us are now unable to pay for our children's education.
Continuing coverage this morning, more than a year after what Maryland 529 calls a calculation error. Families are still looking for answers.
Many say that error is costing them thousands of dollars. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with a look at the hearing that is happening today in Annapolis. Shannon.
Yeah, that hearing will be in the House today, Patrice, and it's going to be discussing the future of Maryland's embattled 529 college savings program. This comes as one parent after the other has come forward saying that their experience with this plan has been like a never-ending nightmare. Well, now there is bipartisan support for repealing the Maryland 529 board and giving control of the college savings fund to the office of the state treasurer. Now, the bills in the Senate and House will not make the crossover day deadline, which was yesterday, but lawmakers say it will not stop them from passing this legislation.
The Maryland 529 program, which was filed late as a result of a number of different reasons, but I think is the right legislation. I think there's agreement with the House that we want to move that program to the Treasurer's office and wind down the prepay program. So I feel good about that one coming afterwards.
Again, Maryland 529 has been under scrutiny for over a year now, following an alleged interest calculation error. That error causing the agency to block parents from accessing all of the money in their accounts and ultimately slashing many of their savings by thousands of dollars. So now today, many parents may finally get some answers and relief may be on the way, depending on how this hearing goes. So, of course, we're going to be monitoring it. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, as session 2023 continues, a number of key bills have already made it into both chambers. One is a constitutional amendment to codify abortion rights in Maryland. If it passes, it will create a ballot question during the 2024 election, allowing voters to have a final say on whether the state constitution will be changed. It does not require the governor's signature, though he supports the amendment.
Maryland is one of many states working to legalize recreational marijuana. State lawmakers are poised to pass the framework for legalization that would take effect July 1st.
Now, at the same time, many states are cracking down on opioids. More than a dozen states are pushing for harsher penalties for possessing fentanyl. Here in Maryland, one bill would increase the penalty for possessing and distributing fentanyl from 10 to 20 years. That bill is still in a committee in the Senate. Another bill would require hospitals to test all overdose patients for that drug. That bill passed in the House and is now in the Senate.
Now, critics of tougher penalties for fentanyl possession across the country point to the 80s when lawmakers elevated penalties for crack cocaine, and it backfired. Others worry it could keep people from reporting overdoses. Drug overdoses are now linked to more than 100,000 deaths a year in the U.S., with about 2/3 of those related to fentanyl. You can find more on Maryland's fentanyl legislation on our website, foxbaltimore.com. 6:36 now. The list of possible mayoral candidates appears to be growing in Baltimore. This past weekend, many voters received a survey asking if the election were held today, who would receive your vote.
Taylor Stewart live with more on that survey, triggering questions of a possible run for office. Taylor?
And the person we're looking at here is Comptroller Bill Henry. His name was floated on that survey that was sent out to voters to ask them how they feel about city services like jobs, road repair, trash pickup. In fact, he was the only politician referenced in each question. And when asked who voters would pick for mayor, his name was listed as one of those 6 options. Political analyst John Deedy says this is a good way for folks to test the waters, to see not only how voters feel, but to challenge those already in office.
A lot of this is testing the waters to see, okay, do I have a shot at this thing? What do the voters care about that I can focus on issues? Because sometimes that's the smartest thing to do.
Deedy says much of the mayor's fate could hinge on the homicide rate and whether significant reductions are made by the time voters get to the polls. When asked, Henry would not comment on the poll he hasn't announced whether he intends to run for the city's top job, but he is being floated as a possible contender in this growing list of potential candidates. We'll keep you updated. We're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Mayor Brandon Scott says he would like to open a charter school someday. Coming up in our next hour, Project Baltimore looks into that claim as lawmakers in Annapolis are split over a future of a program giving kids scholarships to attend private schools.
Today, we have a mostly sunny day ahead with less wind and warmer temperatures in the 60s. Coming up, our Weather Authority team tracks your next weather maker. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Check out nature's artwork. This windshield became a canvas for frost during a recent cold snap in Bristol, Tennessee. Meanwhile, it's bluebonnet time in Texas. The state flower usually blooms from late March to early April. They grow fine in natural areas, but they line major highways and roads because of beautification programs started in the 1930s.
Want to see your weather photos and videos on TV? Click Chime In on this station's website to share.
6:41 around the state this morning, starting in Glen Burnie. A juvenile was shot multiple times yesterday afternoon. This happened along Windy Wood Road near Crane Highway, and the victim's injuries are not life-threatening.
In Frederick, police are continuing to investigate a fatal stabbing happening over the weekend. It happened around 1:15 Saturday morning along North Market Street. Officials attempted resuscitation efforts when arriving on the scene, but the victim was later pronounced dead.
In Worcester County, Maryland State Police continue investigating a fatal crash that happened in Berlin. A Toyota Tacoma and tractor-trailer collided Saturday afternoon. 69-year-old driving the Toyota died on the scene, and the truck driver did not report any injuries.
The Baltimore Health Department gets a new name after the break. How it's honoring a doctor best known for expanding health services to those in need.
And is there a new bid on the block for the Washington Commanders? The newest person looking to pay $5.6 billion for that team. 6:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.644 and topping your morning rush. The Baltimore City Fire Department identifies the 2-year-old Cash Lawson, 1-year-old Nasir Lawson, and 7-year-old Sky Blue as the 3 children killed in a West Baltimore house fire on Saturday. The cause of the fire still under investigation.
The Baltimore community gathers to dedicate the Baltimore Health Department in honor of Dr. Maxie Collier, the city's first black health commissioner. Dr. Collier is best known for expanding health services to underserved communities, expanding substance abuse treatment and mental health programs.
Plus, Baltimore City Police announced the arrest of a 23-year-old man in connection with the murder of a Baltimore high schooler. Shannon Lilly joins us live with what we know about that suspect. Shannon.
Well, we know that suspect is 23-year-old Roger Mendoza Patrice. And as for what comes next, police say they will be extraditing him right here to Baltimore, where he will be formally charged with first-degree murder. That comes after he was arrested on Sunday in South Texas, and police believe that this suspect is the one who shot and killed 16-year-old Isaiah Carter. You'll remember Carter was the Patterson High School student gunned down just about 2 weeks ago, not far from his school, just in a park outside of his school during school hours. So stay with us, because in 15 minutes I'll have more background on this suspect, what police say happened moments before the shooting, and also how the community helped play a role in solving this case. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. Lawmakers in Annapolis, they're now reviewing dozens of bills that survived crossover day. It's a deadline for legislation to clear one chamber and make it to the other for a chance at becoming law. Taylor Stewart is joining us live with the anti-crime legislation that is still up for debate. Taylor?
That's right. The bill that was proposed by City State Attorney Ivan Bates still hangs in the balance today. It garnered support from lawmakers, and that's the reason why there's a hearing scheduled today to try to fold it into a new piece of legislation. Recall, it goes back to increasing the penalties for illegal gun offenders, really targeting Baltimore's ghost gun market and the violence related to guns here in our area. In 15 minutes, we'll tell you more about that hearing and what we expect will come from today as we follow the latest in Annapolis. Back to you.
All right, now we have meteorologist Justin Chambers stirring it up over here.
That's right.
Yeah, talking about brackets.
Well, we have our own little thing here at work, right? And, where are you? Do you even know where you are?
I have like 38 points.
I thought you
my
did
husband
well.
is in second,
Yeah,
but
your
I'm
husband.
listening to your commentary about the person who's in first.
Yeah. And then Olivia's like, oh, well, Jack, like, knows sports. I'm like, it doesn't matter if you know sports. Like, it's all a game. Just pick. It's random. It's roulette, man.
Where are you in it?
I didn't play this year.
Yes, you did.
You chose not
I
to.
chose not to. Yeah. Let's take a look outside right now. It's probably better, because otherwise I'm just donating $10 to Curtis G. Our live cam here in Towson, Mile 1 Auto Group cam. I would have picked Princeton. No, I'm just kidding. Mile 1 Auto Group cam, we are seeing a nice, clear start. If you have a moment, y'all, just take another look at this TV. Look at this picture. So we've got a couple of our cameras, and I always love showing you that morning glow on our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, looking right over a very calm and cool Inner Harbor at this moment. Now, if you are rising and shining with us over the next couple of hours, you can see those numbers steadily climbing. 35 by 8 a.m., right about 40 in that 9 o'clock hour. Sun comes up at 7:09. We'll be up until 7:19 this evening. And it is National French Bread Day, so maybe throw that into your menu for what you want to eat. 46 by 10 o'clock in the Towson Town Center. And numbers here in the afternoon, we're going to see them flip around. 64 by about 2 p.m. Taco Tuesday, yeah, we know we like that, right? We're still hanging out in the lower 60s through the 4 and 5 o'clock hour for the afternoon. You'll see a few clouds kind of hanging around later today, but not much wind at all, and highs in the upper 50s and low to mid 60s. Now, these numbers definitely warmer than yesterday, and see what the trend is doing with our temperature tracker. We go above average today. We stay above average pretty much all the way through the weekend and into early next week. And notice that spike right there on Thursday. That's not an anomaly or anything. That's actually going to see those numbers in the lower 70s by the time we head into Thursday afternoon. Now, in your outdoors cast, there's Betty the butterfly buzzing. Well, I don't know if butterflies buzz, but flapping around. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, those temperatures definitely getting warmer, even though we've got some rain to get through later this week. We've got to see, we've got some very nice temperatures that will make for a nice mild rain, not that cold rain that we get in the wintertime. Future scan, this is what's going on Tuesday afternoon. That big old H slides to the north and slides to the east, and we get more of that southerly wind coming in. Look what happens tomorrow. More of that cloud cover will be around, even though our temperatures stay mild. Now, Thursday, that's going to be the warmest day. That's because we've got all of that warm air ahead of that cold front, but notice some green blobs right there. So a couple of pop-up showers by Thursday afternoon, and then Friday is going to be a rainy day. We'll start with rain in the morning and then off and on showers through Friday afternoon. But again, those temperatures, they're coming down. However, they're still going to be in the above average category. Shout out to Dan S., another pilot out there in Pasadena, Anne Arundel County. Thor and Zeus. Look at the doggies right there. That's what I'd like to be doing right now, just snoozing. So thanks, Dan, for sending that pet pic in of Thor and Zeus. Here's that 7-day forecast for you, y'all, taking you through that first week of spring. Look at these numbers. Again, 60s mainly through the week with that day in the 70s on Thursday. And even through this weekend, though we have to deal with a little bit of rain, numbers still staying in the 60s.
Trending now, NBA Hall of Fame legend Magic Johnson could soon be in the NFL game. Johnson has joined Josh Harris's bid to buy the Washington Commanders. Johnson already has ownership stakes in the pro market with the Dodgers, Los Angeles FC, and the Sparks. Forbes estimates that the Commanders' worth and asking price could be $5.6 billion. Longtime Washington owner Dan Snyder has been shopping the team around after multiple investigations and scandals. Any sale has to be approved by a majority of NFL owners. I think at this point they'd accept anybody over Dan Snyder.
Oh, right. He's definitely out. As a disgruntled Commanders season ticket holder, I just want someone who can run the team, hire good players. But what happened to Jay-Z and Bezos? I was in for that one.
Title that you just gave yourself.
Disgruntled. I was married into that. I mean, and it is just painful to watch them struggle with so many issues.
But so maybe Jay-Z and Bezos are still in it.
I like
this
that.
is just another, you know,
and they have
come to the table.
They have the revenue.
Bidding war possibly on this, Commanders?
And I also heard that possibly, I also heard that the Harris Group is one. They tried to buy the Broncos, and then the Walton family got them. So they want an NFL team.
Right.
Magic puts itself there,
and they've got the money too.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll see. Crossing our fingers for you, Megan.
Yes.
All right. Well, it is almost time to celebrate all things Maryland. The event Power Plant Live is hosting this weekend, where you can get your Maryland fix, from the flag to the crabs.
And 2 Marylanders win big in the lottery. Just ahead this morning, the multi-million-dollar winners and where they bought their tickets.
Man, I need to stop spending all of my money on coffee and buy some lotto tickets instead.
When you go in to buy some your coffee, you can get some tickets, right?
I never do.
Or the other way around. Either
Who
way.
needs the lottery when you have a coffee break, though? I mean, this is it.
I do.
This is all you need.
More lotto, more coffee. That's how I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
And we could buy the Commanders.
No coffee in here. I wish there were.
Well, turning now to the crisis in the classroom, one author is urging a Pennsylvania school board to keep certain controversial books in their libraries.
Nearly 70 books in the Central Bucks School District are currently being challenged by parents. Some say the books contain sexually explicit content, which they argue is inappropriate for school. Laura Halsey Anderson is the author of one of the books. Shout details Anderson's own experience with sexual assault. She went to last week's board meeting to criticize efforts to remove such books.
Your book banning will be an act of illegal government overreach. Denying education and information to your students is guaranteeing that some of them are going to be broken for life.
Central Bucks policy does prohibit any books with sexual content. It is not yet clear what action will be taken on the challenged books, if any. Sinclair Broadcast Group reached out to the district for comment, but has not heard back.
Well, in your assignment, America, a school district in Texas is hoping to avert a crisis in their classrooms by proposing the closure of 4 elementary schools.
Marisa Mendoza from our Sinclair station in San Antonio has more on the school's budget shortfall.
Genesis Avina is a product of Harlandale ISD in San Antonio's South Side. She's not sure if the district is good enough for her young daughter.
She knows her ABCs, her colors, her shapes, but they're not challenging her at all.
Next week, Harlandale ISD will decide whether to close 4 elementary schools to deal with a $12 million budget shortfall. If cuts aren't made, layoffs could happen in the spring. According to a demographic study commissioned by the district, Harlandale lost about a quarter of its students in 2015. It plans on losing another quarter by 2031. Councilwoman Villagran hopes that trend doesn't continue.
It has a deep tradition, and what we need to do is try and find a way to bring those families back.
With nearly 150,000 people living in District 3, Councilwoman Phyllis Villagran plans to bring more jobs to the area.
We have great partners at, on either side of the South Side, Brooks and Port San Antonio, that are looking at bringing in industries that have jobs and then have those amenities so people want to live, work, and play in either of those areas.
Superintendent Gerardo Soto has made it clear he does not want any school buildings empty. If the school closure proposal is approved, moving the Harlandale Care Center into an elementary school will give a growing mental health services program more space.
I think the really neat thing about that is we can engage more agencies with us and more programs.
Amenities which Councilwoman Villagran says are needed for a community still recovering from the pandemic.
That's the beauty of the district, is you have community, you have tradition, you have legacy.
And for Avina, she just wants what's best for her daughter.
I just feel like they're not being challenged whatsoever because the other students are behind. She has to wait until they catch up to her.
From the South Side, Marisa Mendoza, News 4, San Antonio.
An arrest made in the murder of a Baltimore high schooler. Just ahead, what we're learning about the suspect and how the community played a role in finding him.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, March 21st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to get right over to our meteorologist because he's talking about some good weather today.
Yeah, absolutely. Our temperatures that are going to be above average for this time of year. We're starting off on our live cam right now. Look at how pretty this shot is, guys. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, a little bit of the clearing conditions, or a lot of clear skies out there, and we're seeing that morning glow. Sun coming up here in just a little bit from right now, so you're out and about, cast. We'll see those numbers rising to the 40s and even low to mid and upper 50s through noon today. Should top out right about 64 for our high for a lot of us. That's going to be almost 10 degrees above average for this time of year, and that sun comes up in just a few minutes, up until 7:19 tonight. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network and looking at your drive times around the loop, 795 to 95, typically 8 minutes in the green, 13 minutes now in the yellow. Basically the same from 95 to 83, too.
In working with Texas authorities, we were able to have the suspect detained while an arrest warrant was sought. The warrant was approved, and we are working to extradite him back to Baltimore as we speak.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis 2 weeks after a 16-year-old Isaiah Carter was gunned down in a park right near his high school. Police have announced an arrest.
It comes as the self-imposed deadline for legislation in Annapolis to reach the opposite chamber for a hearing has passed.
Several big pieces of legislation, including some anti-crime efforts, remain up in the air.
We have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will join us with a look into a bill being backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and the hearing that is happening today.
We begin with Shannon Lilly. Now, she joins us with more on the arrest and what we're learning about this suspect. Shannon?
Well, we're learning, Tom, that this suspect was attempting to flee the country, but he was stopped and arrested in South Florida. And police say that is in part thanks to the community's help in this ongoing investigation. In fact, police now say that this suspect will be extradited back here to Baltimore, where he will be formally charged with first-degree murder. In fact, take a look right here. This is the suspect on your screen. He is 23-year-old Roger Mendoza, and police believe he shot and killed 16-year-old Isaiah Carter outside his high school. Investigators say the exact motive for this murder is still unclear, but they do tell us now that it happened after a dispute. And remember, the shooting happened back on March 6th, so this arrest comes 2 weeks later. Commissioner Michael Harrison says people stepped up and they shared the suspect's identity.
Yes, people are fed up, and this is why we ask for help. And when we get support from members of our community, and we had witness information, this is how we turn cases around and bring closure to families that much faster.
Yes, you know, when we're talking about young people, people are especially going to be fed up when we're talking about kids who we know haven't even started to scratch the surface of what potential that they can grow into be.
And speaking of being fed up, like the mayor mentioned, Tom and Patrice, we know that there have already been 7 city school students killed just so far this year.
Shannon, do we know anything about the 23-year-old Mendoza's background?
Yeah, we actually do, Tom. We are learning that he has a criminal record, and not only was he arrested here in Baltimore previously, he was also arrested in Florida previously. Now, according to online court records, that arrest made in Baltimore was for a first-degree burglary charge from back in 2018. As for this case, though, as I mentioned, he will once again be brought back here to Baltimore, where he will be facing a first-degree murder charge. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now, this arrest comes as crossover day comes and goes in Annapolis, leaving several big pieces of legislation, including some anti-crime efforts, still undecided.
Now, crossover day is the deadline for legislation to clear one chamber and then make it to the other in order to have a better chance of becoming law. But the bill backed by Baltimore's top attorney, Ivan Bates, still remains in limbo following the deadline. Taylor Stewart is joining us live with what's happening today. Taylor?
Well, there's a hearing scheduled for that bill today in the Senate. The thought here is that it will be rolled into another piece of legislation and not be a standalone measure. Recall, this goes back to the proposal to increase sentencing for illegal gun offenders from 3 to 5 years, which as of now is only a misdemeanor, meaning defendants only have to serve 25% of their sentence. That could change today, depending on what's decided in today's hearing. But take a look at this. The most recent Gonzalez poll shows crime and public safety as a main concern for voters statewide. 35% of black voters across the state of Maryland say crime is their top priority. And the number's even higher here in Baltimore City. Nearly 50% of voters say public safety tops their list. On that end, the governor says lawmakers are making progress.
This administration is moving with a new sense of collaboration with the members of the Maryland General Assembly.
The crime issue battle is a battle not between Democrats and Republicans, but between progressive Democrats and moderate Democrats.
Also, Senate Bill number 1 moved forward. It restricts where legal gun owners can actually bring their firearms in public. Other bills like the Violent Firearms Offender Act did not make it through. They're not likely to get through this crossover period. But we do know that hearing is scheduled for 1 o'clock today. We'll keep you updated as to what comes of it. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Now, Fox 45 News is helping you make your voice heard. If you want to reach out to your lawmakers to let them know what you would like to see passed, scan the QR code you see right there on your screen. It will take you to our website where we've put together a list of email addresses and phone numbers for state senators and delegates, including Senate President Bill Ferguson and House Speaker Adrian Jones.
Making headlines, a circuit court judge dismissed a lawsuit that would have struck down the memorandum of understanding between the Baltimore Police Department and Johns Hopkins University. The lawsuit argues that the MOU is invalid for a number of reasons, including errors and conflicts with state law. The university started work to establish a private police force last year. It was met with a lot of pushback from people who say they don't want to see more private police in Baltimore. The memorandum of understanding was signed in December. Supporters say that private force will make the campus and city safer. They point to many other schools with private police forces, including Morgan State University. The group that filed the lawsuit says they plan to appeal the decision.
There's a new name for the Baltimore Health Department. Mayor Brandon Scott, Health Commissioner Dr. Letitia DeRaza were joined by members of the community and other city leaders to dedicate the department in honor of Dr. Maxie Collier, the first black health commissioner in the city.
Dr. Collier's legacy can be seen and felt every day here in Baltimore. He paved the way for me, the first black female health commissioner in Baltimore, and his leadership and dedication to public health have created a strong foundation for the work we do today.
Many praising Dr. Collier for expanding health services to underserved communities, expanding substance abuse treatment, and mental health programs. Collier served as health commissioner from 1987 to 1990. 7:07 now, and Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott reveals plans to educate city students, saying that he'd like to open his own school one day.
The mayor made his feelings clear on the matter earlier this month while on WBAL radio, telling C4 and Brian Neiman that not only does he support all boys charter schools, but he'd like to run one once his political career is over. Carl Stokes, a former city council member and charter school operator, says the city can't afford to wait when the mayor could make a difference right now.
I would advise the mayor not to wait, but to do something right now, to find operators now, or to quit his political ambition and do something much more worthy. Run a school that is successful for young children.
Now, just about 20 minutes from now, you can hear why the mayor says he wants to run an all-boys charter in the city and how he responded to questions about education when asked by Project Baltimore.
7:08 right now, a Manhattan prosecutor is considering criminal charges against former President Donald Trump.
Megan Gillen in our live center this morning with a potential arrest today and why some say this might be politically motivated. Megan?
Today, guys, we know the former president says he will become the first ever to be indicted, first former president. Taking you live now to New York City here this morning as the sun comes up. We know the grand jury there appears to be wrapping up its investigation of former President Donald Trump over a hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels. Without evidence, Trump claiming that he will be arrested today. Turning to his social media platform, Truth Social, late last night, calling the DA's investigation a political witch hunt with his re-election campaign underway.
Our enemies are desperate to stop us because they know that we are the only ones who can stop them, and they know it very strongly. And they're looking at the polls where not me, but we are up by so much. They can't even believe it.
Yesterday, attorney Robert Costello, a well-known Trump ally, providing his testimony, telling reporters he came forward because he didn't believe former attorney Michael Cohen could be trusted. Costello claims to have provided more than 300 emails and notes proving his claim. Cohen ultimately pleading guilty in connection with the payments to Stormy Daniels and to model Karen McDougal, which he claims were directed by Trump. Now, ahead of a possible Trump indictment, take a look here. Barriers, security cameras now being installed there around the DA's office in New York City. Trump encouraging his supporters on Truth Social to protest his possible arrest. But it's been a pretty quiet response so far from his supporters, guys. Officials, though, saying all NYPD officers are expected to be ready to deploy here today, calling it a high alert day. But for now, no credible threats. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you guys.
All right, 7:10, and we need to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers again.
Our first full day of spring is upon us, guys, and that sun coming up right over my shoulder. Do you see it?
It's beautiful.
Okay, I can kind of see it. Yeah,
right,
there it is. Look at that beautiful shot from our Mile One Auto Group cam. We are seeing that here this morning, and yeah, happy Tuesday to all of you. That just looks great. We're going to have plenty of sun today, less wind, and warmer temperatures for the afternoon, with those temperatures staying above average not only today but for the next couple of days. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go. It's still cold this morning, 20s and 30s as you get back in the car and head to work or school, getting the kids there. But by 9 a.m., we're already to 40 degrees, 64 for our high today. We'll drop to the 40s tonight, another day in the 60s tomorrow. We'll take another look at that full forecast, including that next chance for rain as well. That's all coming up in just a few.
All right, taking a look now at the Lynn Stoller traffic network as we look around the Beltway. Traffic moving pretty smoothly out there. No issues to report.
Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. A year later, Maryland 529 families, they're still looking for answers after not having access to their college savings fund. What we can expect from a hearing today that may give those families some answers.
I think we've reached the point where it's clear that we just have to agree to disagree.
After the mayor's controversial conduit deal with BGE, many raised questions about how the city is being run. Just ahead, we take a look at a recent survey sent to Baltimore voters on who should be in charge of running the city. 7:11, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:14 now, just 3 weeks left in this year's General Assembly as we pass crossover day. Now, from the budget in Maryland's 529 to cannabis regulation, city control of the Baltimore Police Department, there are still many bills to debate in the opposite chamber before Sani Die. Joining us now for this week's State House Spotlight, Republican Delegate Lauren Arakan and Democrat and Senator Jill Carter. Senator and Delegate, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Well, I guess the first opening here would be talking about crime bills. That was one of the major issues. Senate Bill number 1 was talking about gun control. But when you start looking at crime bills, Delegate Arcon, was there anything in the House, though, that actually passed or is looking to pass and moved over to the Senate?
I didn't think that there was anything of real substance. We didn't really address juvenile crime at all, which is on the rise. SB 1 was an offensive bill, frankly, that I think is unconstitutional, but I didn't see anything that was really getting at how to stop crime from happening.
And Senator Carter, I know that you've penned lots of the bills that were discussed during the first half so far, I guess the 3/4 of this assembly, the General Assembly here. Was anything of your bills moved over to the House?
Yeah, certainly. So one thing you all talked about was the Nicola Strada bill, which is a bill that would require the police departments to file a sins petition in certain instances, which they already could do, but we mandate it now. But we also passed the Firearms Safety and Storage Act, which requires safe storage and also gives a tax incentive for people that do safely store their guns. What I'd like to see done correctly still is marijuana. To make sure that we are doing it right and making sure that we are affording people that have been criminalized for decades an opportunity to participate legally.
Of regulations, though, that would take effect in July if this does pass, though. Where is that bill now in the Senate or the House?
I'm sure we're going to take it up soon. It's still in the Finance Committee in the Senate, but it's I'm sure it's going to be coming out soon.
Okay. Delegate Arcon, you also had you're giving a pushback, I heard recently, about a bill that is affecting gender and parental control there. Can you describe that one?
Yeah, HB 283, it was, I think, a pretty serious bill that allows for Medicaid to pay for transgender surgeries for children, anyone under 18. The research just does not back that up. It does not back up the process of giving children cross-sex hormones. There's a lot of research that's coming out all over the world that shows that we're not lowering people's risk of depression and suicide when we do these things to their bodies when they're minors. So I was pretty disappointed to see that the Democrats just passed the bill wholesale without really considering the detrimental effects on, frankly, children whose families can't afford to fight back if they're wrongly transgendered and they change their mind later. You cannot get back a body part that's been removed.
And Delegate Arcon and Senator Carter, I know you still have the budget, too, to get passed here over the next 3 weeks before Sunny dies. So thank you so much for giving us a few minutes of your time this morning.
Absolutely. Thank you.
7:18. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Good morning, Patrice, Tom. Good morning to all of you as well. Overall, this is our first full day of spring. It arrived yesterday afternoon officially. And man, nice day yesterday. It's going to be even nicer today. We'll be talking about less wind. That sun is going to stick around and temperatures are going to rise. So your weather headlines look like this as we look out over the Inner Harbor. Man, it is still below freezing right now, 29 degrees here. 64 is the high we're going for later today. Sunny and warmer for the afternoon. Those temps staying above average. If you have a moment, if we could take that smartboard shot, guys. This is a live look here of the cherry blossoms. There they are. Wow, even got music for it. That's awesome. You can see the MLK monument there. I mean, it's 7 o'clock in the morning. Folks are already out taking pictures. I saw a picture online of an engagement picture, I think, from yesterday. So congrats to that couple. But yeah, those blossoms are getting close to peak bloom. And this is going to be a great day, not only down there. We even have a section on our website here, foxbaltimore.com, where you can see a lot of great blossoming trees right around here, including cherry blossoms here. So you don't have to drive down 295. All right, our HD radar looks like this. Nice ridge of high pressure. Plenty of sunshine and temperatures that are going to warm up. Now, it's cold right now. We know that. Those blossoms are a little chilly, but as we get into the later part of the day, numbers are going to warm up. Same thing for the kiddos as you get them out to the bus stop. Beep, beep. Upper 20s this hour with upper 50s by noon. This is going to be an onion effect day where you can peel back those layers like an onion or peel off the skin like a snake, I guess. 64 through the afternoon. I like the onion thing better, not the snake one. 56-year average this time of year across Carroll and Baltimore counties. We're going to see widespread 60s for most of you. A couple of upper 50s here and there, but lower 60s for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties as well. Columbia out through Oak Ridge, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena for this afternoon. Up and down the 95 corridor. Again, if you're heading to D.C., right about 62 today. Same number in Philly, even Harrisburg at 61. So here's our future scan. Staying dry today. Tomorrow we get a little bit more cloud cover, maybe a stray shower or two, but overall pretty dry at the surface. Now, Thursday gives us a better shot at seeing a couple of more showers. That will be the warmest day. And then we are tracking rain. That's coming in Friday morning. Going to stay with us into Friday afternoon and evening as well. Shout out to Debbie in Tawnytown. If you're going into the pantry and you're looking for some oatmeal cream pies or a fig bar, look closely. That is PETA the cat. So not a PETA chip, but PETA the cat is right there. Thank you, Debbie, for that. Apparently, PETA likes to get into the snacks there, or at least likes to hang out in the pantry. So, Tawnytown, what's up in Carroll County? Our holiday countdown, we're 16 days out until opening day for your O's right here at home. 45 days now from Cinco de Mayo. And we're just under 70 days until Memorial Day. Here's that 7-day forecast. I like these numbers here a lot, guys. 60s, even lower 70s. Even with some of that rain Thursday, still going to be well above average. And we keep the 60s into this weekend as well. Patrice?
Justin, thank you. Looking out at our Lynn Solar traffic network as we take a look at our traffic map and some of the cameras in our region. Everybody moving along just fine. Volume starting to pick up, but no incidents to report. Taking a live look now from the Lynn Stoller mobile track in our Graham cam, as Justin likes to call it, 695 inner loop. We see a truck off to the side. Looks like that truck was overheating. It's off to the side, not impacting traffic at all. Everybody else moving smoothly.
Families continue to demand answers regarding the embattled 529 college savings plan. Just ahead, the relief that may be on the way soon.
It doesn't look like things are going on right now at Power Plant Live, but we're getting ready for Maryland Day. 389 years old. It's going down this weekend, and believe it or not, it's going to be more lively this morning coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
It's so Baltimore. Celebrate all things Maryland this weekend.
Yeah, this Saturday, Maryland Day and Power Plant Live, I'll say it, is throwing the ultimate party. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark has a sneak peek for us this morning. Morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys. We're with our friend Claire from the Maryland Department of Tourism. Claire, Maryland Day is going down.
It's coming up soon. It's going to be Saturday. It commemorates 389 years. So in 1634, it's the day in 1634 that European colonists stepped off the Ark and the Dove onto St. Clement's Island down in St. Mary's County, and it's the beginning of Maryland as we know it.
She gave birth today. Wow.
It started off a lot of things. You know, there's so many different histories there. So, of course, there were people here way before and doing amazing things. But Maryland, as we know it today, the history starts 1634, and there's still a lot of great things down there in St. Mary's County that you can go and visit and see the Dove, the recreation of the ship that they came across in, and learn about the history of all the different peoples that were mingling down there and how we came to be. And there's also a big festival coming up, which we're going to talk about later.
All right. Now, what about the party now, Claire? What about the party? That's great history. Yeah. What about the party?
The party is going to be Saturday. It's going to be here, and we're going to be showing you some of the artists and performers and all the excitement a little bit later.
That's right. So even though right now we don't see it all up, but it's going to happen right this morning. They're on their way, guys. So tune in all morning. You'll see all the different things going on, and we'll be celebrating this morning.
All right.
He looks like he's in the, the exclusive area of the club.
Yeah,
so,
VIP. Well, Mark is a VIP, so we'll see. We'll see what's in store for everybody else, all of us lowly folks.
Right, bottle service for Mark.
All right, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
It's going to be mostly sunny with less wind today.
Yeehaw, that's great. I like that. Our Weather Authority team letting us know when we can expect our next weather maker.
The growing list of potential candidates in the race for mayor. We'll tell you about the familiar name that's now being floated just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. It is 7:30. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We saw the sun a lot earlier, at least in here on our monitors, but we really want to see it outside. I stepped out there a little while ago. You don't feel it.
No? All right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's here to let us know when we will feel the warm-up.
Yeah, we absolutely will. In just a couple of more hours. It's 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. So you know I like those numbers all right now in a row. And we're looking outside. There it is. The sun is up and will continue that solar radiation. That's what it's going to do, heating up the ground and warming us up as we head toward the afternoon. But yeah, we are still hanging on to some temperatures that are chilly. So if you are going to be out for a run or a jog, get some exercise in this morning. Still on the chilly side with 30s and even lower 40s through 9 a.m. Now, we're going to top out at 64 today. That'll be about 10 degrees warmer than yesterday and less wind as well for the afternoon. Sun will be up until 7:19. 64 today, 64 tomorrow. A little bit more cloud cover on Wednesday, and notice those lower 70s Thursday. Now, it doesn't come with bright skies, unfortunately. Still some showers we've got to get through. We'll take a closer look at that full forecast for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now. How are we doing on the roads, Patrice?
Well, let's see what our cameras are showing us in our Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. As of right now, for the most part, we're looking good. You see some slowdown there in 695 at Old Court Road. No incidents that we've heard of, just the volume at this hour.
Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott revealing plans to educate city students, saying that he would like to open his own school one day.
But as Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, one former charter operator says the city can't afford to wait when the mayor could make a difference right now.
I am in favor.
It's now been nearly 3 weeks.
That passes unanimously. Thank you.
Since the Baltimore Collegiate School for Boys, a charter school in North Baltimore, was given new life.
Let me be very clear. We have to have that kind of school in our system.
Prior to the board's vote to renew Boys Collegiate's charter, Mayor Brandon Scott largely remained silent on the issue, even though the vote was heavily covered in local media.
I don't often chime in about things related to decisions.
But after the board vote, Mayor Scott spoke about it on the C4 and Brian Neiman show on WBAL radio, and he came out strong in support of all boys schools.
We cannot operate a school system in the city of Baltimore that does not have a school directly designed for our young boys in Baltimore, and dare I say our young black boys in Baltimore.
That's right. The mayor apparently supports all boys schools so much, he wants to open one.
Folks always ask me, when you're done being an elected official, what do you see yourself doing? Quite frankly, running and supporting and operating a school like that one is at the top of the list because it's one of the top needs that our city needs.
You ran an all-boys school.
I did.
Carl Stokes is a former member of the Baltimore City Council who operated 2 all-boys charter schools. And Stokes agrees with the mayor. In a city like Baltimore, all-boys schools are important.
Yeah, I saw the benefit. I'm being a little facetious, not being distracted by the opposite sex in school, quite frankly. So I think that single-gender schools can be very good for some students.
Stokes' 2 schools, the Bluford Drew Jemison STEM Academy and Banneker Blake Academy, did perform better academically than many traditional city schools. But both were shut down by the district, mostly over issues with financial and operational management.
The system, meaning North Avenue and headquarters, does not approve of charter schools.
Why?
Because I think they're embarrassed that some of these schools are working better than the traditional schools.
You know, nothing matters to me more than our young people.
Baltimore City funds about 20% of the school system's budget, but Mayor Scott has avoided addressing our questions about educational issues. In February, we emailed the mayor asking who he holds accountable for 23 city schools where not one student last year who took the test scored proficient in math. He didn't reply. In January, we sent an email asking about discrepancies in city schools' police overtime pay and if he thinks there's enough oversight. Again, He didn't reply. In October, when federal test scores showed Baltimore City schools hit a 13-year low, we emailed the mayor asking for an interview. He didn't reply, so we approached him at a public event.
There is learning loss across the board, and anyone who thinks that anybody that thinks that it's just in Baltimore City should understand the deepness that this is a United States issue.
When he has spoken publicly about education, Mayor Brandon Scott has been a strong supporter of the Baltimore City Schools CEO, praising Dr. Sonia Santelises for the job she's done.
And on behalf of the city, I want to salute you.
And defending her nearly $350,000 salary, while her school system is among the lowest performing in the country.
Her compensation is like compensation for positions of hers across the country.
But Stokes says if Mayor Scott really wants to make a difference in education and open a charter school for boys, he can't wait until he's no longer in politics. He has to act now.
These students are in need of a strong education and a strong nurturing environment right now. I would advise the mayor not to wait, but to do something right now, to find operators now, or to quit his political ambition and do something much more worthy. Run a school that is successful for young children.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Lawmakers in Annapolis still split on what to do about the Boost program. It provides scholarships for low-income families to send their children to non-public schools.
Governor Westmore wants to cut $2 million from that $10 million program. The House's version of the state budget includes the $2 million budget cut to Boost, but Senate President Bill Ferguson says he thinks that funding should stay.
So long as we are fully funding our public schools and doing more than is expected for our public schools, that we should have students in different circumstances should have the opportunity as well.
Because Ferguson is the most powerful Democrat in the Senate, he's going to get his Boost funding.
The governor says he doesn't want to see public dollars go to private schools. Supporters of the Boost program say the governor's argument doesn't make sense because state dollars go to private ventures all the time, like housing vouchers and sports stadiums. Some claim the governor is cutting the funding from that Boost program because of the influence from the teachers' unions who supported his campaign. The governor denies those claims.
It is important to note the $10 million the state spends on the Boost program is just a fraction of the $7.5 billion Maryland spends on education overall. Governor Westmore attended a private school himself.
A suspect in custody this morning over the death of Isaiah Carter. Just ahead, what we're learning about that suspect.
And enjoy the dry conditions while they last. Just ahead, when you can expect rain to be in the forecast. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, the next 3 days, temps are staying mild. Might as well even say warm. We're talking mid-60s both Tuesday and Wednesday, lower 70s on Thursday, and overall we are tracking some rain showers a little bit later this week. We'll talk about that in my full Weather Authority forecast coming up.
Former President Trump calling for people to protest if he's indicted. Just ahead, how police authorities should prepare if riots break out.
Crossover Day has come to an end, and many bills are still up in the air. Why the bill backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates didn't clear the crossover hurdle. 7:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
I would have had that money in a different plan. Now I don't have the money.
So myself and many parents who believed in what, the state of Maryland was telling us are now unable to pay for our children's education.
Continuing coverage more than a year after what Maryland 529 officials call a calculation error, families are still looking for answers. Many say that error is costing them thousands of dollars. And Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with a look at the hearing that's happening today in Annapolis. Shannon?
Yeah, that hearing will be in the House today, Tom, and it will be discussing the future of Maryland's embattled 529 college savings plan. And this comes after one parent after the other has come forward describing their experience with this plan like a never-ending nightmare. Well, now there is bipartisan support for repealing the Maryland 529 board and giving control of the college savings fund to the office of the state treasurer. Now, the bills in the Senate and House will not make the crossover day deadline, which was yesterday, but lawmakers say it will not stop them from passing this legislation.
The Maryland 529 program, which was filed late as a result of a number of different reasons, but I think is the right legislation. I think there's agreement with the House that we want to move that program to the Treasurer's office and wind down the prepay program. So I feel good about that one coming afterwards.
Again, Maryland 529 has been under scrutiny for over a year now following an alleged interest calculation error. That error causing the agency to block parents from accessing all of the money in their accounts and ultimately slashing many of their savings by thousands of dollars. Well, now today, parents may finally get some answers and some relief may be on the way, depending on how this hearing goes, which of course we will be monitoring. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
7:46 now. The list of possible mayoral candidates appears to be growing in Baltimore. This past weekend, many voters received a survey asking if the election were held today, who would receive your vote? Taylor Stewart is live with more on the survey, triggering questions of a possible run for office. Taylor.
Yeah, that's right, Patrice. In those questions, there was a name we've not seen before. Comptroller Bill Henry floated as a possible contender for the race for mayor. Now, in that survey, he was actually the only politician referenced in each particular question. It asked folks how they feel about city services like road repair, trash pickup, violence, and schools. And we now are listening to a political analyst, John Deedy, who says he believes the poll may not only gauge the sentiment of voters, but also to send a message to city leaders.
A lot of this is testing the waters to see, okay, do I have a shot at this thing? What do the voters care about that I can focus on issues? Because sometimes that's the smartest thing to do.
Deedy says much of the mayor's fate could hinge on the homicide rate and whether a significant reduction is made by the time voters get to the polls. When asked, Henry did not comment on this poll, nor has he announced that he is running for mayor. But that was what we learned from that survey. We'll keep you updated as the list of candidates continues to grow. We're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Pardon me.
Choked up about the weather?
Maybe it
Good
is.
weather.
Maybe it's because of all the pollen that's now showing up in the air.
Here we go, right? It's always like something. We're like, oh my God, it's too cold. Oh, we want it to be warm. Oh, pollen. Yeah, so.
A little cloudy. I just need to pop that pill once a day, I'll be good.
That's all you gotta do.
I'm good with the warmth.
Me too. Yeah, but I gotta get on that. Actually, I didn't even thought about that until you just said it. And I'm
takes like 2 weeks to kind of get up to.
I gotta get it going. Yeah, because those numbers are starting to come up. All right, everybody. 2 weeks from Thursday, they'll be playing baseball there at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Right there on Hank the Bird Field. Man, that's going to be a lot of fun. We're excited about that. Of course, the O's start on the road next week. What? Yeah, next week they start on the road. The season is almost here. M&T Bank Stadium, well, it'll be quiet for a couple of more months. Our numbers right now in the upper 20s, so we're still just below freezing. Some of you are into those 30s, but again, it's been a chilly morning, but the sun is up, and we're going to see more of that sunshine thanks to our friend here, that big old bubble of no trouble, that dome of delight, that ridge of high pressure that is over the Carolinas right now, sliding up to the north and bringing us more of that southerly wind. So, yeah, you know what? Carlos is very happy today. We're going to go happy crab for your crabcast, a 5 out of 5. I like that for sure. And I think you're going to like what's going down here today as well. 33 next hour in Reisterstown. Numbers across the board for noon. We'll be in the mid to upper 50s. So this will be a good day to have lunch outdoors, and definitely plans for outdoors this afternoon should be great. We're talking about low to mid 60s, not much wind. Today, probably the primo day of the entire week because we do have some more clouds and also some rain that's on the way later this week as well. But no rain to get in our way. That's what Blind Melon said. 56 your average high this time of year. Most of us in the low to mid 60s for Westminster. Bel Air at 60, right about that 60-degree mark. But a lot of those low to mid 60s will continue up and down the Chesapeake. Now, this is that temperature tracker I was talking about. Look at that little spike there on Thursday where we'll see those numbers slide into the lower 70s, but coming with that, we've got some cloud cover and a few rain showers, and then a little bit cooler as we head toward the weekend. All right, so here's the future scan. Dry today. Watch what happens tomorrow. More of that cloud cover rolls in. You see a few of those little green splotches. Don't really think that's much of anything on Wednesday because the air is just very dry. But Thursday gets a little bit more moisture, and we could see a few more showers develop by Thursday afternoon on that very warm day. Here comes the cold front. Not going to drop our temps too badly because it is March and mid-March at that. So we have that higher sun angle and longer daylight hours. That's going to help keep things more mild with the rain showers Friday morning into Friday afternoon, and even a little bit of rain left over on Saturday. Shout out to Kelsey M., Kiwi, Hazelnut, and Roscoe P. They're all chilling in bed, just kind of watching this morning. So thank you very much, Kelsey, for sending that picture in on your pet pics. Man, wish I was just hanging out on the bed right now. But it's all good. We're still here. We're doing it. And here's your 7-day forecast. You can see those numbers extending into the 60s for the weekend. Now, as I mentioned, we'll start Saturday with a few showers, but Sunday is dry, and then another round of rain into early next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we're looking at an accident on 695's outer loop, right past Northwest Expressway. You can see that one on the top left. Traffic is barely moving along there. 3 vehicles are involved, and it's closing off the shoulder ahead of this. Here's a live look now from the Lens Solar mobile track, and photographer Graham is on the inner loop of 695, and you can see the sun, when you make a couple of those turns, is really bright coming through the windshield.
A nonprofit is using art and fashion to teach life skills. Just ahead, how they plan to address social issues through a fashion show.
We're at Power Plant Live this morning, getting ready for Maryland Day. Yes, the celebration on and popping, coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
On and popping. It's time for our coffee break. Trending now, 2 lottery players in Maryland winning some big prizes in scratch-off games just last week.
Maybe they're the ones that bought the 2 planes. According to Maryland lottery officials, one person won $5 million scratching off the 50 years game ticket purchased in Lanham. The second person won $2 million playing Cash is King. That scratch-off was purchased in Bel Air. We're all in shock here.
Hello, my name is Adam Sandler.
Comedian Adam Sandler was awarded the 2023 Mark Twain Prize for American Humor this past weekend. The event is held at the Kennedy Center Concert Hall in Washington, D.C. Kennedy Center President Deborah Rutter called Sandler a remarkable artist. Sandler is set to come to CFG Bank Arena in Baltimore April 21st for his comedy tour.
Well, some new buzz around rapper Snoop Dogg's latest venture. The music icon and entrepreneur is launching a new line of coffee, partnering with an Indonesian coffee giant to unveil Indo XYZ. The pair describes the brand as a lifestyle coffee brand. They say the coffee beans are from several Indonesian islands and then roasted in Los Angeles. The coffee will launch in California before then rolling out in Las Vegas and then the rest of the country. Each can of cold brew has a suggested price of $5.99, while each bag of roasted whole bean coffee starts at about $18.
You can expect some warmer temperatures later today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how the first week of spring is shaping up.
An arrest made in the murder of a Baltimore high schooler. Just ahead, what we are learning about the suspect and how the community played a role in tracking him down. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Today, many are wondering, was former President Trump speaking the truth when he said that he will be indicted today? We're taking you live to Manhattan, New York, right now, outside of the criminal court, where many are waiting on the official word from a grand jury. Good morning to all of you on this Tuesday, March 21st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We want to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. It is the first full day of spring.
Yeah, and it's going to be real nice outside. In fact, probably the best day this week. But temps all week are going to be above average. Just have to deal with some rain a little bit later this week, but plenty of sunshine right now as we look out in Towson. Good morning to all of you. Appreciate you being here with us live and local all the way till 10 o'clock, making us a part of your morning routine. Chilly Tuesday morning, sunny though and warmer for the afternoon, and the temps staying above average not only today, but for basically the rest of the week. And you can see those numbers climbing. Next hour will be in the upper 30s, mid-40s by 10 a.m. into the upper 50s through the noon hour today. And we should top out right about 64 in Baltimore City. That's about 10 degrees warmer than yesterday. All of us across central Maryland in the upper 50s and low to mid 60s. So a real nice afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll track that rain for you as well coming up in a few. Okay.
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. We've got an incident on 695 on the outer loop there past Northwest Expressway. You can see that there on the top left, kind of slow moving right there. There were 3 vehicles involved closing the shoulder. You're still getting through, just a little extra time than you're used to.
part of our investigation, we were given witness information that our person of interest was in Texas and was attempting to flee the country.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis 2 weeks after 16-year-old Isaiah Carter was gunned down in a park near his high school. Police have announced an arrest.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from downtown Baltimore with what we're learning now about the suspect. Shannon.
Well, as you just heard from Commissioner Harrison, Megan, we are learning that this suspect was attempting to flee the country, but he was stopped and arrested in South Texas. And that is partially, according to police, thanks to the community's help in this investigation. Now, police say he will now be extradited back here to Baltimore, where he will be formally charged with first-degree murder. In fact, take a look. This is the suspect right here on your screen. He is 23-year-old Roger Mendoza, and police believe he shot and killed 16-year-old Isaiah Carter outside his high school. Investigators say the exact motive for this murder is still unclear, but they do tell us now that it happened after a dispute. And remember, this shooting happened back on March 6th, so this arrest comes 2 weeks later. Commissioner Michael Harrison says people stepped up and they shared this suspect's identity.
Yes, people are fed up, and this is why we ask for help. And when we get support from members of our community, and we had witness information, this is how we turn cases around and bring closure to families that much faster.
Yes, you know, when we're talking about young people, people are especially going to be fed up when we're talking about kids who we know haven't even started to scratch the surface of what potential that they can grow into be.
And as the mayor and commissioner just mentioned, we know that people are fed up because already there have been 7 Baltimore City school students killed just so far this year.
Shannon, what do we know about the suspect's background?
So we do know that the suspect, Mendoza, has a criminal record, Patrice. He was arrested previously, not only here in Baltimore, but also in Florida as well. And according to online court records, that arrest in Baltimore was from back in 2018. He was charged with first-degree burglary in that case. As for this case, though, once again, he will be extradited back here to Baltimore, where he faces that first-degree murder charge. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now that arrest comes as crossover day comes and goes in Annapolis, leaving several big pieces of legislation, including some anti-crime efforts, still up in the air.
Crossover day is the deadline for legislation to clear one chamber and then make it to the other in order to have a chance of becoming law. But the bill backed by Baltimore's top attorney, Ivan Bates, still remains in limbo following the deadline.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live with what is expected for the bill today. Taylor.
Meg, Patrice, it is not dead in the water. Today there is a hearing in the Senate for that bill, but the thought is that it will be rolled into another piece of legislation. Recall, this goes back to increasing the maximum sentence from 3 to 5 years for illegal gun offenders, which right now is only a misdemeanor. So the defendant only has to serve 25% of their time. Well, that could change based on today's hearing. Take a look at this recent poll from Gonzalez study. It shows that crime, public safety, those are the main concerns for voters. 35% of black voters statewide say crime is their top priority. And in Baltimore City, that number even higher. 50% say public safety tops their list. On that end, the governor says lawmakers are making progress.
This administration is moving with a new sense of collaboration with the members of the Maryland General Assembly.
The crime issue battle is a battle not between Democrats and Republicans, but between progressive Democrats and moderate Democrats.
Another bill that is moving forward is Senate Bill 1. It's restricting where legal gun owners can bring their firearm in public. Other bills like the Violent Firearms Offender Act cracking down on repeat violent offenders by increasing penalties and plans to implement tougher penalties for juvenile crime. That's not likely to get through. Again, that hearing for today on the bill proposed by City State Attorney Ivan Bates, it's scheduled for 1 o'clock, and we'll let you know what comes of it. For now, we're live. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Fox 45 News is helping you make your voice heard. If you want to reach out to your lawmakers, let them know what you'd like to see passed. Scan the QR code there on your screen. That's going to take you to our website, where we have put together a list of email addresses and phone numbers for state senators and delegates, including Senate President Bill Ferguson and House Speaker Adrian Jones.
The federal manhunt for former Governor Larry Hogan's ex-chief of staff, Roy McGrath, continues. A week ago yesterday, he failed to show up for a federal fraud trial in Baltimore. The FBI has searched his Florida home. His wife and attorneys say they are concerned about him.
The 2024 mayoral candidates are making their voices heard. Still to come, what is at the top of the list the new poll of candidates plan to address?
Oh, violent protests continue in Paris this morning as the nation's retirement age is raised. Just how old French people need to be to retire? That's coming up from our live center.
Looking out over our stadiums, no football being played at M&T Bank Stadium, but the payoff for my Super Bowl bet to Patrice Sanders happens this hour. You'll have to stick around to find out all about it.
French demonstrators take to the streets for the fourth night in a row following President Macron's government surviving 2 no-confidence votes.
Tom Rogers is at our live center this morning with a look at the unrest and why they claim the government's pension reform legislation is what's at the center of this controversy.
That's exactly it. That's right. The protesters took to the streets for the 4th day in a row, and at least 70 people were detained in Paris just last night. These protests came from proposed legislation that would raise the age of retirement in France from 62 up to 64 for most workers. Taking you to the scenes in Paris last night, though, and this is the unrest that broke out because 2 no-confidence votes failed in the country's parliament, meaning the unpopular pension reform will be implemented. The government arguing that the current system relying on working population to pay for a growing age group of retirees is no longer fit for purpose. Those against this new law are now looking to appeal France's Constitutional Council, the highest constitutional body in that country, in order to block part or all of the law. Meanwhile, anger against the reform shows no sign of ending. That's the latest from our live center. Megan, Patrice, back to you.
Very interesting. Tom, thank you. Mayor Brandon Scott says he'd like to open a charter school someday. Coming up in our next hour, Project Baltimore looks into that claim as lawmakers in Annapolis are split over the future of a program giving kids scholarships to attend private schools.
New York City is preparing for possible protests today as former President Donald Trump asked supporters to stand up against his anticipated indictment. Coming up after the break, what would responding to potential unrest look like? 8:11 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It is 8:14, taking a live look from New York City, where former President Donald Trump is calling for protests ahead of his anticipated indictment, possibly today. While it's been a pretty quiet response from his supporters so far online, you can see barriers and security cameras now being installed around the DA's office there in New York City. This morning, law enforcement expert Mari Richards joining us live to weigh in on responding to potential unrest and what that might look like. Mari, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Megan. Thank you.
There's a lot going on here, Mari. There are some who are comparing this to January 6th. If that is true, how do you prepare for something like that?
Well, first of all, I would not compare this to January 6th. You know, one of the things we've seen with Tucker Carlson is, you know, that was not an armed insurrection. You know, sure, there were some bad people that broke the law and they deserve to be punished, but it was not an insurrection. What we're talking about here are political demonstrations, and you know, a chief or a police leader has to keep an important principle in mind, and that is our job as the police is to protect people's First Amendment rights to free speech,
right?
You know, to assemble peacefully and protest, but also balance that against concerns for public safety. You can't tolerate violence or destruction of
Mari, I'm
property.
going to cut in and just ask you, in looking how New York is preparing for this, does that look right to you? And do other cities need to be taking suit as well, or is this, a New York City thing?
Well, I'm sure it's going to be concentrated in New York City. That's where the Soros DA is, who's probably going to bring these charges. But for any city, the first thing you want to do, of course, is ensure that you have sufficient manpower. For New York, that's not a problem. They got 33,000 cops.
Right.
But for smaller places, that would be. You plan with your supervisors, have a roll call.
Let me ask you this. How often do officers and detectives look to social media? We're seeing a pretty muted response from supporters when it comes to being out on the streets and protesting. Does that tend to, predict what could come?
That's a very important aspect. And, any, department monitors that. NYPD has a great, intelligence division. They're on that all the time. But, there's one other thing you talked about, possible unrest. It's real important to try to reach out if you can identify the leaders of these movements, talk to them ahead of time or when they show up, and try to get some cooperation and communication between the police and the protesters.
That makes sense. All right. Mari, thank you for shedding light on how this looks and what might be unfolding. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Megan.
It is 8:17 now. We need to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. I liked what you were saying a little while ago. Something's coming our way, and I'm not talking about weather.
Well, yeah, your way. I mean, you're the only one. You and I had the bet, pigskin. I believe it was who, Tom or Megan won the trophy?
You don't even know who won?
I forgot.
Well, because we had our own side bet. We weren't really worried about you guys.
For the record, I won.
How did I know that was the case?
But I only won the trophy, not a breakfast.
No,
I think your thing might be better.
No, and Patrice won. Patrice and I had a side bet with a little side action, a little side hustle on the side. And yeah, I picked the Chiefs. I picked the Eagles. She picked the Chiefs. So there you go.
You have it.
I picked an omelet is what I picked.
Well, and that may materialize in the next. Oh, this Southwest watch is dead. It's not 6:50.
It's 8:18.
All right. Here, do you want this? Because I don't want it. Just take it. Got to get rid of that thing. All right, here we go. Chilly Tuesday morning. Sunny and warmer for the afternoon. Those temperatures are staying above average 30s now, but on the way to the 60s later today. That is very nice. Golfers are going to be excited about that on your forecast. Upper 30s here next hour, upper 50s through the noontime, and we'll be in those 60s as we take you later in the day today. I'm telling you, not much wind out there as well, with a lot of us in the low to mid 60s across Carroll and Baltimore County. 61 Towson, 59 Perry Hall and White Marsh, mid 60s for you at Canton and Fells as you're hanging out in Hartford and Cecil counties today. Upper 50s and lower 60s as well. Those numbers continue to be above average. Eastern Shore maybe a little cooler, but still lower 60s for Chestertown and Rock Hall out through Centerville for the afternoon. Now, Betty the Butterfly, she's like, yeah, it's going to be a good day. Some outdoor activities today, tomorrow, and Thursday. Even though we've got some rain, our temperatures are staying mild and above average. So this is what it looks like on our future scan. Big old H right there. That's a ridge of high pressure. We get a southerly flow moving in, and that's going to bring in the warmer temperatures. Now, tomorrow we will see some more cloud cover. And on Thursday, you'll get at least a chance of a couple of pop-up showers. It's ahead of another cold front, so we get the really warm air, and that wind is going to pick up Thursday, really bringing us into the upper 60s and even lower 70s. Now, we'll drop in temps on Friday, but those rain showers will be around through the morning and into the afternoon and evening, but not a cold rain, just kind of more of a milder rain with temperatures that are going to stay in that 60-degree category or range. So mid-60s today and tomorrow, lower 70s on Thursday, back to the 60s as we head into the weekend. Drying out Sunday, and then another round or chance of some rain early next week. Patrice?
All right, Justin, looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now, as we look at our traffic map, you can see some red and yellow on there. That is the volume, because we're not hearing about any reports or accidents or incidents. So just the volume as the morning goes on. Taking a live look now from the Lynn Stoller mobile track. Photographer Graham in the Graham Cam is on the inner loop of 695, moving along just fine.
A new name floated as a possible contender in the mayoral race. The name you probably know. We'll tell you who it is just ahead.
We're at Power Plant Live this morning, getting ready for Maryland Day. That's right, it's going down this weekend. We'll tell you all about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
.23, it's So Baltimore. Power Plant Live is hosting an epic celebration of everything Maryland.
You know how we are about the flag. It's happening this weekend. You can catch local bands, tasty food, hometown celebrities. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live with more. Mark, how's it going?
That's right, the word is epic. That's right, epic. And speaking of epic, Allie's here with Route 1, and she has all this great stuff. It's going down.
It's going down.
Maryland Day.
Maryland Day, March 25th.
So we're going to be celebrating with all this great stuff, right?
Yes, so Route 1 Apparel, we sell all things Maryland. We have over 4,000 products, and we're really excited to be partnering with Power Plant Live and Transcendent Events for the Maryland Day Festival, March 25th. We're going to have 4 tents there.
4?
Yes, full of all of our gear. And this is just a showcase of just some of the items that we'll have there today.
Look at this shirt, Kenny.
How cute is this? Hawaiians are a big deal, you know, and I personally think you can wear them year-round, even in this kind of weather today,
right.
You know? But yes, so we're an online website, route1apparel.com. So even in preparation for the festival, you can check us out. We have a coupon running on the site right now.
Okay.
But like I said, all of these items and more are going to be at the event.
What's the hottest? What are people in Maryland? What are we getting in Maryland? What are we doing as Marylanders? What are we?
You know what? It's so many different cool things, and like right now, like this trash wheel merchandise, we do a lot of collaborations with local Baltimore companies.
Cool.
Trash wheel is a big deal. And it also the Waterfront Partnership gives back to a really good cause.
That is cool.
You know, we're gearing up for the baseball season.
Yeah.
And you have to have these clear bags to get in the stadium. So we made a couple new clear bags.
What about Natty Bo? Still hot?
Natty Bo is hot.
Natty Bo doesn't get the love he deserves.
I think he does. And you know what? He's actually going to be here. The mascots are going to be here. Natty Bo mascot, Old Bay mascot, Oriole Bird. I'm so excited about that.
The shades?
Yep.
Always got to have the shades, right?
And, you know, the event's a family, for the whole family. So we carry products for everyone, all ages. You can see some onesies and youth shirts over here. But like I said, we have over 4,000 different items. I just tried to pick a little showcase for you.
I love it.
It's everything for the entire family.
So again, as we celebrate Maryland Day, 389 years. Old Maryland. Maryland's looking good, baby, for 389 years, right? So again, all this stuff will be here. Natty Bo and a lot of other things will tap into it this morning. Guys, it's going to be a great time this weekend.
It will be, and they always have such a selection of all things Maryland.
I got their website pulled up, and there's the full bodysuit, the Maryland flag bodysuit that I think is screaming Mark's name.
I was thinking more like a tumbler for myself. Mark, you can do the onesie. All right, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
We got a chilly morning out there. Warmer temperatures coming by the afternoon, especially if Mark puts on that onesie.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is taking a look at when the next weather maker will move in.
Families continue to demand answers regarding their Maryland 529 college savings plans. Just ahead, the relief that may soon be on the way. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Tuesday, March 21st. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is spring, but does it feel like spring?
Soon?
Soon, hopefully.
Maybe.
It'll look like it.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers with exactly when.
I mean, it's still chilly mornings, guys. That's what we have to
though.
get through. But it is very nice. And overall this afternoon, less wind, a lot of sunshine, and we're talking about temps that are well above average. Can't wait for opening day. It's coming up just 2 weeks from Thursday, so 16 days from right now out there at Camden Yards. Looking good. Lots of sunshine right now. Temperatures in the 20s and 30s for Westminster and Bel Air over to Baltimore. 37 your temp in Annapolis, 39 in Stevensville at this time. So you're out and about. Cast numbers in the 30s and 40s over the next few hours and upper 50s through noon today. So those temperatures steadily rising. We'll talk about it 64 today and tomorrow. Oh, come on in. Look what we have. Patrice Sanders, the winner of the bet, gets Miss Shirley's and a south of the border omelet.
Thank you so much.
Well, you're welcome.
This was just delivered. I'm going to eat.
She's going to go eat right now. We'll have more for you coming up, and maybe there's some other stuff we can all eat in just a few minutes from right now. Back to you guys.
The sweet taste of victory. Thank you, Justin. We're looking at 8:31 here, and the list of possible mayoral candidates appears to be growing in Baltimore. This past weekend, many voters receiving a survey asking if the election were held today, who would receive your vote?
Taylor Stewart is live this morning with more on that survey, triggering questions of a possible run for office. Taylor?
And who is it? Well, Comptroller Bill Henry. He was floated as a possible contender in this survey. In fact, he's the only politician referenced throughout the survey that gauged voters' views on several city agencies like trash pickup, violence, schools. And what we're learning is that he may be on that list. Well, most recently, the comptroller expressed frustration with the mayor's conduit deal. Political analyst John Dede says this poll may not only gauge the sentiment of voters, but also to send a message to city leaders.
A lot of this is testing the waters to see, okay, do I have a shot at this thing? What do the voters care about that I can focus on issues? Because sometimes that's the smartest thing to do.
Dede says much of the mayor's fate could hinge on homicide rates and whether there's a significant reduction in time for voters to get to the polls. When asked, Henry would not comment on this poll, and he has not announced whether he intends to actually run for the city's top job, but he has been floated as a possible name. We'll keep you updated as the growing list of candidates for the race for mayor continues. We're live right now in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott revealing plans to educate city students, saying that he'd like to open his own school one day.
Chris Pabbs joining us live this morning with why a former charter operator says the city cannot afford to wait. Good morning, Chris.
Yeah, good morning. So this was last week that Mayor Brandon Scott was on a radio show, and he was talking about what he wants to do after politics. And he had mentioned that he had always thought about opening and operating a charter school in Baltimore City. And this comes on the heels of the controversy that we had over the past few weeks about boys collegiate, an all-boys charter school in Baltimore City. Mayor Scott said he wanted to open an all-boys charter school. Certainly a noble endeavor. So we spoke with a man, Carl Stokes, who operated 2 all-boys charter schools to kind of get a feel of what the mayor would be in for here. Now, Carl Stokes, both of his schools, when they were operated, academically, they did better than many schools in Baltimore City. But both of them were shut down by the school board because of operational or financial situations that the school board said was not tenable. Carl Stokes says that they were, but they were shut down anyway. Now, Stokes said the advice that he would give the mayor is don't wait until your political career is over to get into this game. The kids in Baltimore City, the students in Baltimore City, they need help right now. And he was recommending that the mayor get more involved in education, speak out more about education. We don't hear much from Mayor Scott when we do stories about the school system other than he's in complete support of the CEO, in complete support of the school system. But every time we do stories, guys, about failures within the school system to properly educate students, Mayor Scott's usually on the sideline. And Carl Stokes says he needs to be more engaged in the school system now if he wants to start a charter school later on down the road.
What would that look like now? Thinking about the advice there of working with Santelises, Dr. Santelises there, would she want that? Does he have the right to cross over into the education realm? What does that look like politically?
Sure. So as of right now, the mayor appoints the school board members for the exception of 2. The first ever school board members were voted in November and they sit on the board. But other than that, the mayor appoints them. So he is heavily involved in the school system, but the day-to-day operations he is not involved in. But when it does come to those day-to-day operations, we've been reporting numerous times about the graduation rate is at a 9-year low, federal test scores are at a 13-year low, chronic absenteeism is at an all-time high, attendance is at a 10-year low. When we start talking about those things, I think what Carl Stokes is saying is that the mayor should use his bully pulpit to put pressure on the school system to try to improve and to do better by educating these kids and the $1.6 billion that they get from taxpayers. But what we see from the mayor is he largely stands on the sidelines, and he admits that he stands on the sidelines and doesn't get involved in these issues. But a lot of people think that he should. He shouldn't necessarily. I don't think there's anything wrong with a politician being critical of a system that gets $1.6 billion. He can be in full support of that system, but when your graduation rates are at a 10-year low, I think a lot of people would like to see the mayor get more involved, put pressure on the school system, say, hey, you guys got to do better. Let's try to improve this. How can I help as mayor?
All right, Chris Papps, thank you.
Well, today, Maryland 529 account holders may start to feel some relief how months of frustration has led to their voices finally being heard.
Today, we have a mostly sunny day ahead with less wind and warmer temperatures reaching into the 60s. Coming up, our Weather Authority team tracking our next weather maker. 8:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
I would have had that money in a different plan. Now I don't have the money.
So myself and many, many parents who believed in what, the state of Maryland was telling us are now unable to pay for our children's education.
Now, continuing coverage more than a year after what Maryland 529 leaders call a calculation error, families are still looking for answers.
Many say that error is costing them thousands of dollars. Shannon Lilly joining us live with a look at the hearing happening today in Annapolis. Shannon.
Yeah, that hearing will be in the House today, Megan, and it's going to be discussing the future of Maryland's embattled 529 college savings plan. It comes after one parent after the other has come forward describing their experience with the plan as like a never-ending nightmare. Well, now there is bipartisan support for repealing the Maryland 529 board and giving control of the college savings fund to the office of the state treasurer. Now, the bills in the Senate and House will not make the crossover day deadline, which was yesterday, but lawmakers say it will not stop them from passing this legislation.
The Maryland 529 program, which was filed late as a result of a number of different reasons, but I think is the right legislation. I think there's agreement with the House that we want to move that program to the Treasurer's office and wind down the prepay program. So I feel good about that one coming afterwards.
Again, Maryland 529 has been under scrutiny for over a year now, following an alleged interest calculation error. That error causing the agency to block parents from accessing all of the money in their accounts and ultimately slashing many of their savings by thousands of dollars. So now today, parents may finally get some answers and some relief may be on the way as long as this hearing goes as expected. So, of course, we'll be monitoring it closely. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. As session 2023 continues, a number of key policies or bills have already made it into both chambers. One, a constitutional amendment to codify abortion rights in Maryland. If it passes, it will create a ballot question during the 2024 election, allowing voters to have the final say on whether the state constitution will be changed. It doesn't require the governor's signature, though he supports this amendment.
A new survey puts a spotlight on Baltimore gas station prices. Still to come, the good and bad news for drivers this morning.
Crime bills still at the top of mind for lawmakers post-crossover day. Coming up, does the anti-crime bill backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates stand a chance of passing this session? 8:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by GBMC.
Well, primary care is essential for your day-to-day health care, and having a primary care provider can help you lead a healthier lifestyle. Finding a provider is not always easy, though. At our Be More Healthy Expo, you can find an expert just right for you and your family. Dr. Priya Little with GBMC Healthcare is joining us this morning. Dr. Little, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Tom.
Sure. It's just even stopping in and checking with your primary care physician once a year is key to a healthy lifestyle. How important, though, is it to have that conversation?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely important to establish a relationship with a primary care doctor, because we're really the gateway to all of medical care for you. So any medical concern you have, you can start with your primary care, whether it's a small issue like a cough or headache, abdominal pain, or you want to know about what cancer screenings you're due for, what vaccines you need, or even if you have a chronic illness like high blood pressure or diabetes, we're the place to start.
How do you recommend, I guess, telling somebody to find one? You know, maybe a family or friend is saying, okay, I want to find my PCP. What question should I ask to find the right one for me?
Well, getting a recommendation from one of your friends or family is a good idea to start with. But, you know, it's different for everyone. Insurance is another issue. Who accepts your insurance, whether you want a man or a woman or a person of color, or what kind of thing you're looking for. So, you know, on GBMC's website, we have a listing of all of our primary care providers and a little summary about our backgrounds. So you can check us out online, too.
Yeah, that's always a great place to start right there online here. Dr. Little, tell us, though, about, I know you will be at the Be More Healthy Expo coming up this Saturday. What will you have there for us there with GBMC's Healthcare?
Yeah, we'll be just advertising our newest downtown clinic location in Jonestown. We opened up a couple of years ago in conjunction with the Helping Up mission, but now we've expanded to the greater downtown Baltimore community at large, or really anywhere that you're coming from in Maryland, we can see you. So we'll just be showing you what we have to offer there.
Yeah, and then everyone will get to meet you and have conversations and find out a little bit more about getting their PCP and understanding what GBMC has to offer. Dr. Priya Little, thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you Saturday.
Okay, look forward to see you too.
It is 8:47. Gerber's parent company announcing a recall of several batches of baby formula, and this is due to possible contamination. The company says the products may contain a common bacteria which most people show no symptoms from. We are hearing premature infants could experience poor feeding, excessive crying, low energy. The company says the bacteria has not been found in any distributed products and no adverse events have been reported.
Well, speaking of health, Fox 45 invites you to come out and join us at the Be More Healthy Expo. It's coming up this Saturday, March 25th at the Baltimore Convention Center. Doors open at 10. They close at 4. The Expo can help guide you on your journey toward a healthier lifestyle. You can receive free, health screenings. Yeah, help with a cough. Check out cooking demonstrations, learn how to dance, and learn all about life-saving skills. We'll see you out there.
It's going to be fun. All right, 8:48. We're hoping the weather's nice for this weekend for all of us to head out to the convention center.
That's right, and a little bit of rain will help blow some of that or wash some of that pollen away. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, though, no rain in the near future.
No, I'm just...
You good, man?
Well, I had to pay off that bet, you know, for Patrice with the Miss Shirley's, and they brought some of these new coffee donut things they have.
They're pretty delicious.
I don't know if I can get through this weathercast. I'm just letting you know.
It reminded me of French toast.
Oh, my God. I don't even... Okay. All right, it's so good, Tom. It's so good. Mile 1 Auto Group Cam, good morning to all of you in Towson. And we are seeing nothing but clear skies. I don't think they have a Miss Shirley's in Towson. They should put one on every corner. It's so good. 31-year temp right now in Towson. No wind to speak of and no rain either. So that is definitely good. Now, rain is going to move in later this afternoon. Excuse me, not later this afternoon. See, I can't even talk. Later this week, that's when we'll have a better chance of some of those showers. So ridge of high pressure over the Carolinas. It's going to be coming up the East Coast here over the next couple of hours. That's going to bring in warmer temperatures. So Carlos the Crab is a happy crab today. We got a 5 on the Crabcast for you. And overall, our high of 64 today will be almost 10 degrees above average, and it will be 10 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday afternoon. And the sun will be up until 7:19 this evening. So definitely plenty of daylight to get out there and get stuff done. We're talking about upper 50s and low to mid 60s across central Maryland. Little cooler near the bay in Annapolis and on the other side of the bridge there in Stevensville as well. But 64 here for Tuesday and Wednesday, and then lower 70s on Thursday. Those numbers are going to drop back down as we head toward the weekend as we track our next weather maker. Now, we're dry today. Today, the best day of the next 7. Overall, tomorrow, still not bad. A little bit more cloud cover around on Wednesday afternoon. And Thursday, going to be the warmest day with lower 70s, but we're tracking a couple of light showers here through Thursday afternoon into the evening. Rainy on Friday, but it will be that cold front coming through. It will drop our temperatures, but not enough into that cold category. Just kind of a more mild rain that's going to be around through Friday and even into parts of Saturday as well. Shout out to Kelsey M. Sent me this picture of Kiwi, Hazelnut, Roscoe P. All the doggies right there just chilling on the bed. So thanks so much, Kelsey, for sending that pet pic in. Let's do that 7-day forecast, shall we? We'll talk about those numbers that stay into the 60s today and tomorrow. As I mentioned, lower 70s Thursday. We're tracking rain Friday and into Saturday a little bit, at least for the morning time on Saturday. And then we dry out by Sunday and heading toward early next week. Time to take a look at a view through your window. Really pretty picture here. You can see those flowers that are blooming, and that is sent in from Julian E. I even like how the stones say love. That's very nice and very spring-like. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan the QR code on your screen.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, there are 3 incidents to report out there. Let's begin with the one on 95 southbound in Jessup. We've got traffic backed up to Maryland 100. That's the first one. Then we've got another on 83 southbound. There's a crash on the right shoulder. You can see that in the top left camera right there. Traffic just kind of inching by right there. Then 695 inner loop. The incident there has been moved to the right shoulder, but we've got slow traffic there as well. So just give yourself some extra time if you're heading on the Beltway here this morning. Got a live look now from the Len Stoller mobile track. As I say, give yourself extra time on the Beltway. This is 695, the inner loop. Smooth sailing in that area. So some bright spots for you out there still this morning.
Well, we have some good news if you're taking to the roads this morning. According to Gas Buddy study, the average gas price in Baltimore actually dropping about 6 cents within the last week. Now prices are sitting at an average of $3.27 per gallon. For regular, that's more than 55 cents lower than the prices that we saw a year ago.
A local nonprofit teaching youth in the city life skills through art and fashion. Still to come in our next hour, the huge milestone one organization is celebrating.
We're Power Plant Live this morning, getting ready for Maryland Day. It's going down Saturday. Thousands of people will be at the festival. We'll see a band coming up next and tell you more about it right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Oh, but first, crab cakes, football, all the things Maryland does. Miss Shirley's coffee donuts. Look at that. You know, it goes well with that.
A coffee break. Yes. Those are delicious. It's like 8:56, topping your morning business report. Nearly 24 U.S. attorneys general are demanding Hyundai and Kia do more to address problems that make their vehicles easy to steal. Thefts of certain Hyundai and Kia vehicles spiked after TikTok videos showing how to steal the vehicles with a USB cord and a screwdriver spread. But in a letter to the automakers, the attorneys general want them to speed up the process and to provide a free option to owners whose vehicles cannot support the upgrade. Well, as the U.S. government considers a nationwide ban on TikTok, many Americans are watching videos without getting on the app. Some users who are worried about their information being leaked by the app to the Chinese government or getting addicted to it often receive video links from others to access it on a web browser instead. Instagram's parent company, Meta, says 1/3 of real videos last year were first published on a different site, which was often TikTok. Well, the recent Disney Plus price hike did not seem to have much of an impact, according to some new data. The streaming service announced a $3 price increase in December, and it was part of the rollout of its ad-supported tier. According to new data from the subscription analytics firm Antenna, 94% of Disney Plus subscribers stayed. The data suggests there could be room for further price hikes. An evening fireside is a great way to relax any time of year. Nick Calderon is here with a clever fire designed to be hassle-free for almost anywhere. Here's today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Nothing feels as good as a fire. It's something in our human DNA that's just kind of primal. When you're sitting next to a fire, it feels good. But most of us don't have the room, the space, the time, the money for a full-on backyard fire pit. I think I've got the solution. This is the tabletop fire pit by Sharper Image, and it's beautiful. All you need is rubbing alcohol. Pour a little bit of rubbing alcohol into this cup, and you've got yourself a nice fire. Just like that. No messy, greasy fuels, no choking smoke, just rubbing alcohol. And this thing is super portable. You can take it to backyard barbecues, on your patio, to the beach, wherever you're going, you can have a nice, warm, romantic fire. It's safe and easy to use. You can even cook with it. Maybe some marshmallows or a little cocktail weenies or something like that. If you need to extinguish it, that's also very easy. Just cover it up. I love this thing. I use one in my backyard all the time. It adds that extra spark of romance and ambiance. And it's better than candles because there's no drippy, messy wax. And if it goes out, all you have to do is fill it back up and relight your fire. Right now, we're offering 30% off the tabletop fire pit. Get one for you or a loved one for that instant ambiance. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Today, many are wondering, was former President Trump speaking the truth when he said he will be indicted today? We're taking you live to Manhattan, New York, right now. This is right outside the criminal court where many are waiting on the official word from a grand jury. Good morning on this Tuesday, March 21st. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our forecast.
I feel like Homer Simpson when he's like,
the donut.
Yeah, because it's so good, right? It's so good.
I'm full as a tick.
Okay, good, because
delicious breakfast.
Paid off. You got the trophy, and you got some food, too.
That's true.
They brought some extras. So
it's a win-win.
Yeah, it is. Right. It's always a win with Miss Shirley. Right now, beautiful shot. There's my Charm City tanks. We have lots of blue skies looking right down the 395 toward the Patapsco this morning. Overall, not too bad. And statewide, our numbers, a little chilly still, but 20s and 30s, and even some lower 40s now for Baltimore down through Annapolis and North Beach. 38 your temp right now in Gaithersburg. So if you are going to be out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, still hanging at some 40s and lower 50s. But later this afternoon, any exercise or stuff you want to do outside, it will be a good day to do that. 64 today. We get 60s again tomorrow. Just a little bit more in the way of cloud cover on your Wednesday afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking out our Lynn Stoller traffic network, we're seeing an accident on the 695 outer loop right past the Northwest Expressway. You can see that on the top left there. There are 3 vehicles involved. It closes the shoulder. You're slowing down through that area, but you're still moving.
In working with Texas authorities, we were able to have the suspect detained while an arrest warrant was sought. The warrant was approved, and we are working to extradite him back to Baltimore as we speak.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis, 2 weeks after 16-year-old Isaiah Carter was gunned down in a park by his high school. Police have announced an arrest.
It comes as the self-imposed deadline for legislation in Annapolis to reach the opposite chamber for a hearing has passed.
Several big pieces of legislation, including some anti-crime efforts, remain up in the air.
We have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will join us. She's got a look at the bill being backed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and the hearing that's happening today.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly. She joins us live with more on the arrest and what we are learning about the suspect. Shannon.
Well, we're learning, Megan, that suspect was attempting to flee the country, but he was stopped and arrested on Sunday in South Texas. And police say that is partially thanks to the community and their help in this investigation. And they now say that they are working to extradite him back to Baltimore, where he will formally be charged with first-degree murder. In fact, take a look. This is the suspect right here on your screen. He's 23-year-old Roger Mendoza, and police believe that he is the one that shot and killed 16-year-old Isaiah Carter outside his high school. Investigators say the exact motive for this murder is still unclear, but they do tell us now that this happened after a dispute. And remember, the shooting happened March 6th, so this arrest now comes 2 weeks later. Commissioner Michael Harrison says people stepped up and they shared the suspect's identity.
Yes, people are fed up, and this is why we ask for help. And when we get support from members of our community, and we had witness information, this is how we turn cases around and bring closure to families that much faster.
Yes, you know, when we're talking about young people, people are especially going to be fed up when we're talking about kids who we know haven't even started to scratch the surface of what potential that they can grow into be.
And we know, as they mentioned, that people are fed up because as of now, there have already been 7 Baltimore students that have been killed just so far this year.
Wow, Shannon, what do we know about the suspect here's background?
Well, we know, Megan, that he has a previous criminal record. He was actually arrested not only here in Baltimore previously, but also in Florida as well. Now, online court records showed that arrest here in Baltimore was for a first-degree burglary charge from back in 2018. And once again, he will be brought back here to Baltimore for this case, where he will be charged with first-degree murder. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
9:04 now. Crossover day for lawmakers comes to a close. That is the deadline for legislation to clear one chamber and make it to the other in order to have a chance of becoming law. But the bill backed by Baltimore's top attorney Ivan Bates remains in limbo following that deadline. Taylor Stewart joins us live this morning with what is happening as it relates to that bill today. Taylor?
Well, there is a Senate hearing scheduled for that bill. It likely won't be as a standalone measure as previously intended, but now there's an idea that it may be rolled into another piece of legislation. Recall, this is the same bill that would increase the maximum sentence from 3 years to 5 years across the board for any illegal gun offenders. And the bill has garnered support. Take a look rather at this Gonzalez poll that shows just how pivotal crime is in the state of Maryland. Now, it shows that it's the main concern for voters across the state. 35% of black voters statewide say crime is their top priority. And in Baltimore City, that number goes up to 50% of voters saying public safety tops their list. On that end, the governor says lawmakers are making progress.
This administration is moving with a new sense of collaboration with the members of the Maryland General Assembly.
The crime issue battle is a battle not between Democrats and Republicans, but between progressive Democrats and moderate Democrats.
Another bill we've been watching, Senate Bill 1, it is moving forward. That restricts where legal gun owners can bring their firearms in public. Other bills, like the Violent Firearms Offender Act, cracking down on repeat offenders, particularly when it comes to juveniles and gun crimes, well, that's not likely to make it through. But the hearing today for that bill proposed by City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is scheduled for 1 o'clock, and we'll have that update for you here on Fox 45 News. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Fox 45 News is helping you to make your voice heard. If you want to reach out to your lawmakers to let them know what you would like to see passed, scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you to our website where we've put together a list of email addresses and phone numbers for state senators and delegates, including Senate President Bill Ferguson and House Speaker Adrian Jones. The federal manhunt for former Governor Larry Hogan's ex-chief of staff, Roy McGrath, continues. A week ago yesterday, he failed to show up for his federal fraud trial in Baltimore. The FBI has searched his Florida home. His wife and attorneys say they are concerned about him. As the country waits to see if former President Trump is arrested today, as he suggested would happen, there's already controversy over the district attorney who would be seeking to convict Trump.
Sinclair's chief political correspondent, Scott Thuman, is looking into both sides of that decision today. Good morning, Scott.
Yeah, good morning to you. His name is Alvin Bragg. He's the district attorney in Manhattan. And what former President Trump, and other Republicans are unleashing is a campaign to discredit him. They say that he got that job as the DA with support and funding from progressive billionaire George Soros, and they insist that that's a sign that this would be a very partisan prosecution. So now the chairman of 3 House committees here on Capitol Hill, all Republicans, of course, have sent Bragg a letter requesting that he appear before Congress and testify about his decision to pursue Trump. It's reported that as of now, by the way, those charges would likely be something along the lines of falsifying business records for allegedly paying that hush money to cover up a supposed affair and then lying about those payments of roughly $130,000 in the final days of the 2016 election.
Scott, do they have the power to bring Bragg to Washington? And what is he and his office, what are they saying about all of this?
Yeah, it's not a subpoena. It's a request, which is different and perhaps not binding. So it's unclear if it really holds any teeth, but they are demanding to see any documents between Bragg's office and the Justice Department and the rest of federal government, frankly, to see what kind of communication or coordination may have taken place in an effort to convict Trump. Now, a spokesperson for Bragg's office said yesterday, quote, "We will not be intimidated by attempts to undermine the justice process, nor will we let baseless accusations deter us from fairly applying the law."
All right. Sinclair's chief political correspondent, Scott Thuman, live from Capitol Hill. Thank you, Scott. No public school in Los Angeles today because of a massive planned strike.
Tom Rogers is in our live center with the impact the strike has had on the students and the demands from the workers.
Yeah, we're talking 500,000 public students are off today as tens of thousands of workers walked off the job early this morning. Teachers now joining the workers in Los Angeles Unified School District for a 3-day strike. Union negotiators for the nation's second largest school system say they will not come back to the table until a 30% wage increase is possible. Demonstrations began at a bus yard yesterday and are expected at schools this morning across the city by members of the Local 99 of the Service Employees International Union, which represents about 30,000 teachers, aides, special education assistants, bus drivers, custodians, cafeteria workers, and other support staff. Negotiations seem far off as the district superintendent accused the union of refusing to negotiate and said that he was prepared to meet any time, day or night. About 150 schools are open for food and supervision, and they're also answering questions from this. But get this, no transportation or instruction at those on school grounds is allowed during this strike. But you can see, though, student supervision available at select elementary, middle, and high school students. That's all by parents who are volunteering to go there to keep these buildings open, to at least have a safe place for these students. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
Maryland 529 families are still making a push for answers after not having access to their college savings account. In our next half hour, why these families might finally get some relief after a hearing today.
And this can be the most exciting but most stressful time of year for high school seniors. After the break on Good Day Baltimore, more about the college process and how the summer months can pose a challenge before even arriving on campus. But first, let's go ahead and take a look at our number of the day. And fun fact, this is one for the wise guys. 60 years ago today, in 1963, the federal penitentiary on Alcatraz Island closed. For nearly 30 years, the island operated as a federal prison and had previously served as a military fort during and after the Civil War, and then as a military prison starting in 1907. It housed over 1,500 inmates. It is 9:13, and we have some breaking news out of Baltimore. Police say a 75-year-old woman who has been missing since October has been found dead, and they are now investigating this case as a murder. Police say human remains found earlier this month are those of 75-year-old Versi Spell. She was reported missing in October of last year. Her remains were found March 7th, a little more than a quarter mile from her home. Homicide detectives are now investigating this.
9:14 by now. High school graduating seniors should have received their college acceptance letters and chosen the school they'll be attending in the fall. Now, although there is some time before their semester will actually start, the summer months can pose a challenge before they actually get onto campus. Joining us this morning from the College Bound Foundation, Melissa Hippolyte is here to share how students can prepare. Good morning.
Good morning.
So it's exciting because kids, you know, they have their acceptance letter. They know they have a place to go. Now you said the next part is they're waiting to hear about the money part, how much they got in finances.
The important part.
Right.
We're talking about money. So a lot of students have their dream school, right? Everybody knows where they want to go. I want to go to this dream school. But if the dollars don't make sense, so around this time, they should be receiving their financial aid offer letters. Those come directly from the colleges, and it tells them it's pretty much a bill for college. So in addition to what it says on the offer letter, which comes directly from the institution, families should also be looking for different scholarships.
Okay. So still time for scholarships.
Absolutely. Absolutely. On a previous segment, you guys mentioned the senators and delegates. They have money as well. So if families haven't reached out to their senators or their delegates for their scholarships, they definitely should do that as soon as possible.
All right. So you've got your school. They gave you some money. Now you need the rest. Look for the scholarships and all that. But in addition to just the tuition, there are a lot of other costs associated with going to college that you all remind families of. What are those?
A lot. There are billed expenses and unbilled. So the other costs, especially now, we're looking at housing deposits. We're looking at enrollment deposits. We're looking at travel expenses because some students, before school starts, you're going to have to go to orientation, and that costs money. So a lot of our kids say, oh, I want to go to school in California, or I want to go to school in Atlanta, I want to go to school in Virginia. How are you going to get there?
Right.
All that costs money.
And not get there the first time, but then you got to come back and forth because you're going to miss home. You're going to want to come back here.
Oh, they kick you out on break.
Exactly. You got to come back on break. So that's another consideration now. They need to start planning and putting their dollars and cents away. Talk about the summer melt. You and I were talking about this. I'd never heard about this, but it's a big deal.
It is. So I was a first-generation college student. My family and I, we weren't sure what we were doing, so we had to ask questions. During the summer when school's out and the students can't go downstairs to the school counselor's office and they can't go downstairs to the College Bound office, they need to reach out because there's this thing called summer melt where students who planned on going to college may not because things pop up in the summer. Maybe they have a transportation issue, maybe they have a money issue, maybe they have any other type of issue that can come about between when they leave school in May or June and when college is bound to start in August or September. So to combat that at College Bound, we try to stay in touch with the students and encourage them to ask questions because we have a group of advisors that work with students throughout high school, and then we have another group of advisors who work with them through college. So I just always remind families to ask questions and reach out to us for help.
Reach out to College Bound. You all are an amazing organization. Always so happy to support what you guys are doing. Thank you for coming in. We
Thanks
appreciate it.
for having me.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers now with a look at our full Weather Authority forecast. Justin?
Yeah, good morning, Patrice, and good morning, everyone. Looking good right now, right down the 395 out toward the Patapsco, the Charm City tanks, and lots of blue sky out there. And temperatures that are still a bit chilly, but they're a bit warmer than where they were yesterday at this time. We're already into the lower 40s officially, and we're on our way to the mid-60s for the afternoon. So sunny and warmer today, temperatures staying above average, and we are tracking some rain later this week. Not to rain on your parade, but it'll be more of a spring rain that will definitely help our lawns and our gardens and all that stuff that is really going to start sprouting here in the next couple of days. We know those allergies are coming right along with it, right? Our ridge of high pressure is hanging out over the Carolinas right now. That's going to be sliding up the East Coast over the next few days, and that brings in what we call a southerly flow. So we get more of that warmer air that's moving in from the south. Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing around here over the next couple of hours. You can see those temperatures rising into the low and mid 60s through the middle of the afternoon today, and the average is 56. So we're going to be about 10 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday. And yeah, why not fire up the grill this afternoon or evening on your grillcast? We're still talking about 60s into the 5 o'clock hour and even mid to upper 50s by 6 and 7 p.m. for your grilling action tonight. So overall, our temps across Carroll and Baltimore counties in the lower 60s for Westminster and Eldersburg, 62 the Hereford zone over to Reisterstown, lower 60s in Towson through Lutherville and Timonium, and 61 in Dundalk for you today. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also keeping those 60s around for Ellicott City and Elkridge, over to Glen Burnie and Pasadena, down through Annapolis for your highs this afternoon. And numbers looking good as well in D.C., where the cherry blossoms are very close to blooming. It's pretty much happening in the next few days and already looking very good down there. So 62 there, also 60s in Philly and even lower 50s in Ocean City. So on your outdoors cast, we're looking good Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Even though we're tracking some rain, those temperatures are trending warmer. You can see our future scan. Today's the best day because it's going to be dry, not as windy, and warmer. Tomorrow, a little bit more cloud cover that we're going to see around through the afternoon. And then we'll have a few scattered showers possible on Thursday, late afternoon into the evening time. But our actual next weather maker is going to be Friday. That's when rain comes in the morning behind this cold front, and then off and on showers through Friday afternoon. Another round of some rain coming in early Saturday as well. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast. Look at these numbers. 60s, lower 70s. Thursday, the warmest day by far, even though we've got some cloud cover and some showers to go with it. But then back to the lower 60s for the first weekend of spring coming up. Meg?
All right, Justin, look at this. A gorgeous sunset sent to us by Tommy on the Grand Canyon National Park in Arizona. Such a pretty sight. Hopefully we see some of those here at home. Thanks to Tommy for sending in that photo to us. And we'd love to see your weather pictures, no matter where you are. Just scan the QR code on your screen. That's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures, your videos, and that is all powered by Stackla. All right, let's take a look at the roads now. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network, and as we look across the Beltway, we've got several of our cameras pulled up here this morning. Looking pretty good out there. Traffic moving smoothly, except for on the top left-hand side of the screen. There's an incident there on 695 at Old Court. You can see it involving a truck and a car in the right shoulder. Fortunately, it's on the shoulder now, and cars are able to get through that area just fine. And some good news if you're taking to the roads this morning. According to a Gas Buddy study, the average gas price in Baltimore actually dropped by 5.9 cents within the last week. Now prices are sitting at an average of $3.27 a gallon. That's more than 55 cents lower than the prices we saw 1 year ago. We'll take it. Well, still ahead on Good Day Baltimore, with the next mayoral race continuing to grow steam, crime still has voters on edge. The new poll of candidates that we could see take on Mayor Brandon Scott.
Plus, Baltimore's food insecurity rate is 16% higher than the national average. After the break, how Boy Scouts are filling the shelves with food at local soup kitchens in their communities. 9:21, you're watching Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
It's 9:24, and 1 in 6 people in Baltimore are food insecure. That is above the national average. Baltimore area Boy Scouts are collecting food to help fill the shelves of local food pantries and soup kitchens throughout the community. Baltimore City Scout Ernest Thompson IV and his dad, Ernest Thompson III, are joining us now to share more about this effort. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so you brought in a sample of some of the food that you collect. So, Ernest, tell me a little bit more about when you guys plan on collecting and why are you collecting this food?
So we normally collect this food around like early March to like the 3rd week of March. Yeah. And we collect it for people that are food insecure and they need more food than they have.
Yeah, so you're helping, and the best part about this, Boy Scouts keeps the food here too. So you're helping some of your neighbors. You may not know them, but they're actually getting some of the food here. I'm going to ask your dad a couple questions though about what this means now, having the pack and the troops here going out, I guess joining together and going out and doing a little bit of work. How many are in the pack?
In our pack, we have 24 scouts.
24 scouts.
Yeah.
And so there was door hangers that went out earlier, kind of let everyone know, hey, we're going to be doing this. When are you guys collecting for your pack?
We started collecting last Sunday, and we'll finish up throughout the week, just for those who weren't able to give on that particular day. But our goal for our pack is 2,000 pounds, and hopefully we'll meet that goal.
Yeah, it's just incredible. I mean, all the Boy Scouts collecting this right now, trying to get over 330,000 pounds for local communities to collect this food. So you're helping, being a part of this. Do you get a badge or anything? And can you show me what you're wearing? Yes, that's what I thought.
Yes, this is the Scouting for Food badge for this year. Every year it changes, and it just shows that you participated in Scouting for Food.
Yeah, what's it like seeing different people that you may not have ever met before, but they show up and they have food for you?
Well, it really feels nice to have that feeling to have food.
Yeah.
Yes.
And be able to help somebody in the community too. Scouts for Food, though, so if you go into some packs and troops are actually going into neighborhoods and collecting right off front porches. You actually have it where you're setting up in one area so people can bring you food?
Yes, so we donate all of our food to GetCo, which is a food hanger in Baltimore City that we have been donating to for 3 years.
All right, and you've done this how many years?
3 years.
Dad, what's this like, though? You're working with your son, though, and working also with some of his friends to be able to talk to them. Are there any questions, or they just go ahead and do it?
Most of them just go ahead and do it. The scouts are very excited about it. They want to see who can lift the heaviest box and who can count the most cans. But it's an exciting time for them, and they always just show out, and they're proud to support the community.
Well, we are proud of you guys too for helping out and doing this. Ernest, thank you very much. 34 right here. Great to have you come in just a little bit to let everyone know that you guys are scouting for food. Thank you.
Thank you.
Families continue to demand answers regarding their Maryland 529 college savings plans. Just ahead, the relief that could finally be on the way.
And a new name floated as a possible contender in the mayoral race. What that person is saying about his chance of running, just ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. I guess we better check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers.
You're still hanging in there?
You're good.
Yeah, are you on a sugar high from coffee and then the Miss Shirley donuts?
You were up here. I feel like it's
gonna be a ride.
30 more minutes. You've got it.
Oh man, all right, 30 minutes. Nice. Let's take a look outside, guys. Hey, good morning to all of you. Happy spring. Maybe it's just the spring fever. I don't know. I love when we get some 60s when we can be outside. It's still chilly right now from our Towson camera. And yesterday was really nice. We had some wind still to deal with. But overall, when you're out the doorcast, maybe just a light jacket over the next couple of hours and then throw that thing off. You got your sunglasses. You're ready to go. No umbrella needed today. However, we are tracking some rain later this week. So, yeah, those cherry blossoms are really looking good. Stuff is blooming. Get out there in the yard. Get some yard work and gardening done. Mid-60s through the later part of the afternoon. 64 Baltimore, 62 Cockeysville, Hunt Valley, upper 50s in Annapolis, so a little cooler there, but overall, not too bad of a day ahead. 7-day forecast, we'll track that rain. We even have your 10-day forecast later this hour in just a bit.
I would have had that money in a different plan. Now I don't have the money.
So myself and many, many parents who believed in what, the state of Maryland was telling us are now unable to pay for our children's education.
Continuing coverage more than a year after what Maryland 529 calls a calculation error. Families are still looking for answers. Continuing coverage now. Again, talking about that calculation error, we know that many say that error is costing them thousands of dollars. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live with a look at the hearing happening today in Annapolis. Shannon.
Yeah, that hearing will be in the House today, Megan, and it's going to be discussing the future of Maryland's embattled 529 college savings plan. Comes after one parent after the other has come forward describing their experience as like a never-ending nightmare. Well, now there is bipartisan support for repealing the Maryland 529 board and giving control of the college savings fund to the office of the state treasurer. Now, the bills in the Senate and House will not make the crossover day deadline, which was yesterday, but lawmakers say it will not stop them from passing this legislation.
The Maryland 529 program, which was filed late as a result of a number of different reasons, but I think is the right legislation. And I think there's agreement with the House that we want to move that program to the Treasurer's office and wind down the prepay program. So I feel good about that one coming afterwards.
Again, Maryland 529 has been under scrutiny for over a year now, following an alleged interest calculation error. And that error caused the agency to block parents from accessing all of the money in their accounts. And ultimately, it slashed many of their savings by thousands of dollars. Well, now parents may finally get some answers and some relief may be on the way as long as this hearing goes as expected. Of course, we'll be monitoring it. It starts at 1 this afternoon. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Shannon, thank you. As session 2023 continues, a number of key bills have already made it into both chambers. One is a constitutional amendment to codify abortion rights in Maryland. If it passes, it will create a ballot question during the 2024 election, allowing voters to have the final say on whether the state constitution will be changed. It doesn't require the governor's signature, though he supports the amendment.
9:34 now. The list of possible mayoral candidates appears to be growing in Baltimore. This past weekend, many voters received a survey asking if the election were held today, who would receive your vote?
Taylor Stewart live with more on that survey, triggering questions of a possible run for office. Taylor.
And on that survey, a new name actually floated as a possible contender, Comptroller Bill Henry. In fact, in that survey, he's the only politician referenced in every single question. Now, it gauged voters' opinions on city services like trash pickup, road repairs, jobs, violence, and schools. Henry's name was on the list for the possible contenders among 6 for mayor. Now, most recently, the comptroller expressed frustration over the mayor's deal with the conduit and BGE. Political analyst John Dede says this poll may not only gauge the sentiment of voters, though it could be a way to test the waters among city leaders.
A lot of this is testing the waters to see, okay, do I have a shot at this thing? What do the voters care about that I can focus on issues? Because sometimes that's the smartest thing to do.
Didi says much of the mayor's fate could hinge on the homicide rate and whether there's a significant reduction in crime by the time voters get to the polls. When asked, Henry would not comment on this poll, nor has he announced that he intends to run for the city's top job. But he was a name that was floated on that survey, so we'll keep our eyes on it and keep you updated. We're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Former President Trump may be indicted in New York today.
Tom Rogers is in our live center now with the latest on the possibility of a presidential arrest. Tom?
Yeah, in fact, taking you live right now to New York. You see a group of protesters against Trump, though, as many are watching to see if the former president will be arrested today. And New York District Attorney Alvin Bragg has publicly said he was going after Trump. And just last week, Bragg met with New York Police Department to ask about logistics for an arrest, should it happen. Prompting the former president to post on his Truth Media social account. They're talking about all sorts of things on Truth Media here, but he came out and said he was going to be arrested Tuesday, and he's asking for his supporters to display a protest against the New York DA's decision to bring in a grand jury together from a payout the president allegedly made 8 years ago to two women. Trump accused of paying two women hush money, but listing the money as lawyers' fees. Similar to many other politicians have done in the past, critics say Bragg is wasting taxpayer money and is only doing this for political gains. Trump would be the first U.S. president to be arrested. Media outlets have been staking out both Trump's home in Mar-a-Lago and also, let me see if they still have this shot. Yeah, here it is as well, right in front of the courthouse here in New York, the New York District Court. Trump has been active, though, on his social media just within the last hour. Looking at the last two posts here, this one 33 minutes ago, going after Michael Cohen, his lawyer here, saying that he had stuff to do with outside like taxi cab medallions, and then also posting here in the history of our country there cannot be more damaged or less credible witness at the trial here. So he's talking about the two here about this case. So still active on Truth Social, but no word or no vision of where he is right now, whether he's in New York or at Mar-a-Lago. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
Oh, how sweet it is. A former Terp and Baltimore native makes madness happen on the court and puts her name in the NCAA history record books. That is coming up.
We're at Power Plant Live, getting ready for Maryland Day this weekend. You've heard of the soft shell crab? What about the bearded crab, huh? Yeah, we'll talk to the bearded crab coming up. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It is so Baltimore. Grab your friends, your family for an Everything Maryland celebration.
Power Plant Live is celebrating Maryland Day in a major way. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live with what we can expect. You've been showing amazing things all morning, Mark.
That's right. We got where else can you get this amazing hodgepodge of activity? It's going down. Kevin, tell us about what's going to happen.
This Saturday, Maryland Day Festival at Power Plant Live. We're going to have over 40 Maryland bands and artists, different genres, artists and crafters and creators, food trucks.
Look at that.
I like food trucks.
Food trucks.
Really good food. We're just going to celebrate everything Maryland.
Basically. I love it. Yep. And then the bearded crab's going to be there.
Yes.
Amanda, we have also more things, right?
Yeah. Power Plant Live has 7 participating bars. We'll have themed drinks, a bunch of picture opportunities, and different genres in each bar.
And the beautiful artwork, as you can see it. The band, look at one of our band is here holding artwork. Sharia Moore, which is a great name and a great Stevie Wonder song, but they do more than that. You know, look at the guys. Look at them. Look, you know, that's the artist right there with the blue eyes. Don't look in his eyes. Don't look in Ricky's eyes. He'll get the audience. No. But this is what's going on, guys. Again, amazing activities. It's going to be fun. We're expecting thousands of people here as we celebrate 389 years. Maryland's looking good for 389 years. She never looked so good, guys.
A lot to celebrate here in our state.
And it's so interesting. There's so many different things we've seen throughout the morning, and it's all Maryland-based, so that's pretty cool.
I mean, a bearded crab.
Can't beat that. All right, well, if you want more information about getting out there, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Check back in with Mark. Well, another sunny day with highs in the low 60s. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers with all we need to know and how long that sunshine will be sticking around before the next weather maker rolls in.
And there is never a wrong time to strut your message. After the break, how a local nonprofit uses arts and fashion to teach life skills to youth. 9:42, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
It is 9:45. Certainly a bright spot for you this morning. A local nonprofit teaching youth in the city life skills through art, through fashion, and they are celebrating a huge milestone. Coming up this weekend, the Aziza Peace Organization will host its 10th annual fashion show and fundraiser. We have the founder and the executive director, Saran Fawcett, joining us live to share more. Thank you so much for taking time to be here.
Thank you for having me.
You have a lot to be celebrating right now, 10 years.
I do. I'm super excited. And actually, it's something that has never happened at the Hippodrome, which adds to my excitement.
Let's talk about it. What makes this so special?
So to be able to take 50 plus young people to the Hippodrome to do something that has never happened before is what makes this special. Our young people have a voice. They have something to say, and to be able to be the source for them to be free to express themselves and their agency is important, and it's history making because Hippodrome has never done it.
And you're expressing their voices, you said, through art,
through the music,
fashion.
Yes, through dance, through poetry. They're going to do everything.
So we're giving you a little, just a glimpse at what you might see through some of the fashion here today. You've brought in 2 models here today.
I did. Because
I think Terrence is here first.
Yes.
We'll take a closer look at this outfit. So talk about this fashion and what this says.
So one of the program partners, Catwalk Boutique, she definitely has supported the program since I started. And the collection that Terrence is wearing right now is Magnolia, and it's very hand-sewn, it's very it's really about the earth and saving the earth. Some of the topics that we talk about in AP, the importance of civic engagement and things like that, and that's how we tie it to fashion.
It's not just an outfit.
It's not.
This is meaningful. All right, so we're going to have Terrence switch and show our next model just to get a better idea of what they're showing off.
Absolutely. The second outfit is Keenan in Psycho. She is a Baltimore designer and uses paint as art, and of course the famous Andre Otali, the fashion king, is on the front of that sweatshirt made by Brandy from Psycho.
It's when you talk about all that Baltimore has to offer, there is so much talent here. And again, these aren't just outfits. These are great works being displayed in a creative way.
Exactly. Because we have to use art as that. It's therapy. Fashion is therapeutic. It's an
interesting way to say that. I never thought of it
is.
that way, but it is. You're showing who you are, and that in a way is beautiful.
It is. Confidence.
All right, let's talk about the Hippodrome. When is this happening and how can we be there?
September, oh God, look at me, September. I've been practicing September, so forgive me. It's Saturday, March 25th from 7 to 10 at the Hippodrome. I'm telling you, you don't want to miss this. We're pretty amazing, I'm just saying, and they are pretty amazing as well.
Well, congrats again on 10 years, and have fun on Saturday night.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
And thanks to the models as well. We appreciate it, guys. All right, let's check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got the full Weather Authority forecast. How's it going, Justin?
Got your whole Saturday planned out. Got the Be More Healthy Expo, and then we're going to go right over to the fashion show at 7 o'clock. So it's beautiful. All right, good stuff, guys. Thanks for all being here. Thanks all for being here. Looking right down to 395 right now. Not much happening. Lots of sunshine, blue skies, and we're talking about the Charm City tanks also looking good, and our temperatures are steadily rising. When we show you that big old H on that map, that's that ridge of high pressure. I always talk about that. You have the area of low pressure, and look up there to the north. That's where we're seeing some snow showers well to the north of us. But typically when we see lows, that's when we have adverse weather or we have the rain showers or precipitation. But we've got this big ridge, which is keeping us nice and dry. The closest rain we can see is in parts of West Tennessee at this time. So golfers finally getting a day without having to deal with that wind and numbers that are getting up there. 42 this hour, upper 50s through noon, and into the low and mid 60s for the afternoon as well. So 56 is typically where we are. We are going to be blowing past that here in the middle part of the day and into the afternoon, low to mid 60s across central Maryland. Most of us staying in that above average category. Great day to check out the cherry blossoms down in D.C. or right here at home, but lower 60s from D.C. and Baltimore up to Philly, and even mid 50s in New York. A little cooler down the ocean there at Ocean City. Our temperature tracker looking like this. 60s here for the next couple of days. Notice that spike on Thursday, well above average numbers, even though it comes with a little rain. And then Friday and Saturday, those numbers drop back down, but still in the lower 60s. So here's the ridge, that ridge I was talking about, sliding up to the east and just a little bit out to the sea. That's going to bring in that southerly wind. We get more cloud cover. You may see a stray shower or two overnight tonight, but really it's just the cloudy skies on Wednesday afternoon. And then that rain, that's actually moving in on Thursday. That's when we're going to see a few more of those showers by Thursday afternoon. This is all ahead of that cold front. That's coming in Thursday night into Friday. Behind the front and kind of along that frontal boundary, we'll see more of those rain showers. So it's going to be a wet commute Friday morning, and then we'll keep off and on showers through Friday afternoon, even into parts of Saturday as well. But as I've been saying all morning, there's spring showers, so they're not going to be cold with numbers that stay above average through the weekend, even lower 60s and dry on Sunday. That'll be a real nice day, too, before we get into next week and numbers that will stay in the 60s. 10-day forecast coming up.
All right, looking good, Justin. Thank you. On the market for 6 days now, and still no official offer on Lamar Jackson from an outside team. The Ravens put the non-exclusive franchise tag on Lamar at a price tag of just north of $32 million, but any other team could make an offer. While we're waiting, we could get some answers from the MVP quarterback himself. Jackson teased an interview with himself dropping soon on his YouTube channel. It will be the first time we've heard from Jackson since December. Now, this can't get settled soon enough. It's hurting the Ravens already in free agency. The team hasn't signed any outside players, just re-signed players within the organization. They've re-signed running back Justice Hill, safety Geno Stone, long snapper Nick Moore, linebacker Delshon Phillips, and Lamar Jackson's cousin, corner Trayvon Mullen. And they placed a restricted tender on backup quarterback Tyler Huntley. Former Terp and Baltimore native Angel Reese is running the show in March Madness. She's averaging 30 points and 20 rebounds. Reese is the first player with 25 points, 20 rebounds, and 5 blocks in a women's NCAA tournament game in 23 years. The LSU forward is on to the Sweet 16. The Tigers face Utah on Friday. Now, her former team, Maryland, also still dancing all the way to the Sweet 16. This is the third consecutive season Maryland is in the Sweet 16 with star guard Diamond Miller there for it all. 2-seed Maryland has to hit the road now to the Greenville Regional on Saturday against 3-seed Notre Dame. These two met back in December when Miller hit the game winner on the road. Round 2 expected to be just as special, and it is an opportunity for Maryland to reach the Elite 8 for the first time in 8 years. We'll be cheering for them.
To be able to get back to a Sweet 16, this journey, I'm happy for everybody in our program, our staff, these players. So many things that were unknown last year, and I know this group is not satisfied just to be able to get to the Sweet 16. I mean, this started with their work last summer and the trust and the belief that you see how much we love each other, how much we want to continue to keep playing on.
Well, we have some warmer temps moving into the region here this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know just how warm it's going to get as we move through the work week. That's coming up in the 10-day forecast. 9:53 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Ooh.
That's pretty.
Isn't that nice?
I do like it.
First full day, entire day.
I got
of spring.
margaritas yesterday, though.
Oh,
we took the family
You had
burritos.
the free burrito? That was good.
No, not
I want
burrito.
a free burrito. 64 today
It's
and
Taco
tomorrow.
Tuesday.
Breezy and mild. Yeah, it is. You're absolutely right. Lower 70s Thursday, and you look, all right, cool, but it's going to be kind of a little rainy here and there. Friday and Saturday, we bring some showers and a little cooler, but even toward the end of the weekend and next week, we still keep those numbers kind of in that above average category.
Could have gotten a burrito from Shirley's today, but you chose not to.
No.
Instead, we got donuts, biscuits, all sorts of things.
And I got my bet fulfilled.
Well, you're
I like
welcome.
it. It's a good day.
Worked.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Have a good one.
Congratulations on the trophy.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Miss Shirley's definitely was better.
No, we lost in this one.
No, I got food for you. It's right there.
Yeah, it's just not the same.